Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. How you do? How you do? Hi, Tony. Hi, Dama. Hi, Zach. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Scara, same as always. Classic. How you doing? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, boys. To another stream. Just FYI, we're not doing network stuff today. Today I'm gonna do dev. I'm gonna work hard and just work hard. Yeah, that's the plan. So yeah, we're not gonna do every single day we have people on, unless there's like a baseline minimum amount of things that you guys can do. But right now there isn't really much to do and much to show. I stayed up to 7 in the morning last night, just working, and then I woke up at like 3:30. So I haven't been able to do much, but I did do one thing. Actually, I did a couple of things. That is a lie. Okay, we need a patch notes over here. Let me go yoink my patch notes from over here. Whoop. Thank you. There is no code. There is no code. Not today, Dharma. Not today. Let me just do that. Just in case. Is that good? That's good. There you go. Anyway, yeah. Welcome everybody. How you doing? Hi, hey you. How you doing? Hey pigs. Hey Twigster. Hey Havana. How you doing? Hi Hawk. How you doing? I'm sorry, but some days you just need to focus. I got too distracted last stream. I got. This is going to be a productive stream. But yeah. So today we're going to be doing, if you can't tell by the title of the stream, World Generation. I mean, we already have World Generation, with all the render distance is quite small, but with all this, we're going to be making this, but better. There's a new system I want to set up for generating worlds, so I can like go back to old systems if I want to. So I've got to set up multiple different types of like world generations, like iterations, I guess you could call them. So we're going to add some biomes maybe, because right now it's just mountain and island, which isn't very interesting. And obviously the cutoff for islands is a bit sharp, as you can see, just this thin line of eel. So we need some nice tapering off and things like that. So I'm going to make a new algorithm, and we're going to try, just emphasis on try, to make a better one. Wasn't able to join yesterday, but one day I'll be able to. Yeah, I'll probably be doing it tomorrow, assuming I get this all up and running. Different fish for different biomes. Maybe. If you're lucky. Yeah. But that's going to require a little delicate hand. Because right now, water is just sort of... It's just a big square. Like all this down here is just a massive square that covers everything. So I'd need to separate it. I need the water to be generated by the world generation as well. Like this is a completely separate entity. So like, yeah, I'd have to separate it somehow. Then we could get like a lava biome, and then you could get lava fish or something. Or the deep ocean, where you get like scary monsters and shit. And it rewards those that build out into the deep ocean. Yeah, things like that. Fun things. But yeah, we need to get biomes up for that. So that's the plan today. But before we do that... Oh, hell yeah. Thank you for the follow, Kirby Player. Thank you very much. Does code normally give you the code to join? No. It did back in my VTuberverse thing, but it doesn't anymore. But they still think it does. Maybe I'll add that back. Maybe I won't. I don't know. Because there will be some times that I don't want you guys to just be able to get the code. But then I just have to add a toggle for it or something. So maybe I just need to get around to it. That would help though. It would save me having to pin the code every time. But people ask for the code anytime, every time anyway, because like they're not gonna know, you know. So yeah. Oh god, my eye. Ah. Still Minecraft gen. Actually, yes. Because a lot of the tutorials I've watched of procedural gen have been like voxels. So how do I join you then? Well, if you were to join me on a day that I was doing network stuff, you'd type !game in chat, and then it would work. It would tell you. I need to have that somewhere as well. Or maybe somebody else. Maybe okay. Anytime I need this. I think this is why I need mods. Anytime somebody asks that, you have to type as a mod. You have to type !game in chat, and then it'll tell them. So I don't have to keep answering it. Yay! But yeah, that's what you normally would do. Take XX position. You can just reference it on the biome map. Thing. No need to edit the water. True, but I'd want the water to look different, right? Like you don't want the water to just always be blue. You want it to be a darker blue for the deep ocean, or an orange for lava. You know. So like, you already did it, Scar. Sorry, got that for free. Yeah, no game today. So yeah, you can't join through Byteword at the moment. Well, I'm in local mode. I'm on local host, so it's just running on my computer, not on Steam. Should add some firm effects to the water. There kind of are. I did try that. I don't really get shaders, so I'm kind of at the mercy of the assets. So I got that bit to work, and I got depth to work. So like you see, it kind of like it fades to darkness, kind of. Like you can see sort of just the outline as it gets deeper, but yeah, I don't have the firm around the edge. Because it just, I don't know, it didn't work. It just refused to work. So, yeah. But if I can figure it out, then I will. I'm sure I can just get another water asset or something. What does world generation have to do with her? I don't know. You'd have to ask her. Yeah, no, I'll add foam if I can find out how to add foam. Oh, actually, no. Then again, with procedural generation, because it's in chunks, I don't know about that. It works with this because it's one big square. But if it was chunks, like there would be a seam, and they don't share information. So like you would be able to see a seam at the chunk line. So fuck. That's another problem we're gonna have to circumvent. When do streams usually end? I don't know. I am very inconsistent at the moment. So, literally any time from like 2 hours onwards. You know? I missed the last one and it felt sad. Ah, well, you're here now. You're here now. And yeah, pretty much when I get hungry. Hi, Kaz. But yeah, it's, there is no, no fixed time. I don't know. She's great gal. Great, yeah. Anywho, let's cover the patch notes. I went to go get them, so yeah. Let's put it down here and make it a little bit bigger. There we go, and then that. Cool. And we'll reposition to have myself in the background. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Receive a subscript. What that? What? I didn't get a sub, did I? Somebody sub. I can't tell. It doesn't say in OBS or the game, so... Oh, no. Maybe it does. Oh, wait. It did. No. Wait. What? Not crazy. Subscribe with tier 1. Did that happen or not? I can't tell, because OBS says it didn't happen. Oh, okay. It did. Okay, so OBS is just being annoying. Thank you, OBS. But at least my game called it, picked it up. Yeah, because, look at... Well, yeah. Look. See, there's nothing. On my activity feed, there's nothing. I got the follow a minute ago, but I didn't get no sub notification. Maybe it's it. Maybe you have to send the message and it shows up. I think there's like a thing that shows up in chat that's like share with stream or share with something, and then you can put in a message. I think. Yeah, I think you have to share it and then it shows up in OBS. Is that a thing? Well, at least my app got it. So, but thank you, Crazy. There you go. See, now it shows up. Boom. Yeah. Weird. Interesting. I'm on stream. Hell yeah, look at that. That's my screen share system. But yeah, thank you, Crazy, for the well, not Crazy. Sorry, got to specify. They're very explicit with that. They're not crazy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Anyway, let's do this. Let's do this. So yeah, first of all, stream chat. So I was complaining yesterday that I couldn't read network player messages because normally they're well. Okay, now I got to go back to this. Let's just go over to. Oh god, that's okay. That's what I see. Normally, when you send a message in network chat, it'll appear down here. You see, but then if you didn't have this, how are you going to see it? Especially when I'm covering my own screen with Unity. So I added a button. So now when I type, look at that. It shows down there. Ah, how cool is that? So now it's got a nice little overlay. And another thing I can do, because it fades out quite quickly. Look at that, wait for it. No, see, it's gone already, just like that. So I'll probably miss it. So I did another button that lets me do this. And now it'll just stay on screen forever. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, wait, that's right. It's permanent. So yeah, now it's just there forever. So now I can actually read chat while I'm doing development. Bueno. So yeah. I've added some nice quality of lives. Also local chat and an FPS setting and crafting. But let's, local chat. I think, wait, who was Kaz that wanted this? I added local chat. Can't remember what I set the distance to. Oh shit, it might just be 1. Let me just. But there is a local chat now. So if you go into the settings, you can turn on local chat and it will show only messages from people within a certain radius of you. Where did I put it? Player chat. Local distance, we'll set that to about 30, 20. Let's go 20. So yeah, that's set to a range of about 20 units, which who knows how big a unit is. But 20 units. A quick question. How are you using the Twitch API in Unity? I am using a plugin called Streamlinked on the Unity Asset Store. It's alright. I've had to make a lot of changes to it because it's yeah. it gets like the bulk of the things that I don't want to code down, and then I just kind of tweak the last bits that don't work or whatever. I used to use Twitch lib, I think, but then that just kept disconnecting and then wouldn't reconnect. Still kind of having the same problem here, but just not as often. So like, win, but it's 50 quid. So like, yeah, it's not cheap. But yeah, that's what I'm using. Also, hi God Cheese, how you doing? So yeah, local chat, very nice. And then FPS settings. So now, what is my FPS right now? Solid 60. What did I actually set it to? Oh, it's on VSync. If I set it to 72, does it go up to 72? It does. Hell yeah. So that works. You can actually change your frame rate now, which is nice. Bueno. Next up. Yeah, the improved crafting system. So this is what I spent most of my time on, working till 7 in the morning on, and I can't really show it unless I share my screen. So let's do this. Oh god, both the chats are on screen now. Okay, let me turn off permachat. And they should fade. Find a good FPS. Yeah. Finally. Okay, there we go. So, how this works is basically we put down a workbench. So, and this was my idea, totally original, never seen before. Just don't let Doik hear that. It's based on Wordle, essentially. So instead of how it was, this is how it is. You have a list of everything you can make at a crafting table here. You know, I've only set up the recipe for bridge so far, and yeah. Instead of this, you actually I need some more stone. Don't ask me why a wooden bridge uses stone. I was just I was testing. I shall leave no goodbye Finlanders. Bye, pig. Community timing is perfect. Wait, oh, shit. I see now. Hi, Doig. So yeah, this is what I've made. This is my system. So this is this is the crafting table. It should say workbench, but it says crafting table because apparently I didn't update that. But yeah, so then you choose which thing you want to make. So example, I want to make a bridge. Normally you'd think like some logs would be what you used to make it, but I made it stone. So let's just demonstrate with that. So if we just drag in some stone, there you go. I can try crafting. All right. No, it failed. And then it either goes red or either goes red, orange, / yellow, and green. If yellow, well, for those that haven't played Wordle, yellow means the item does exist, it's just in the wrong place. Red means it's not in the recipe at all, and green means it's in the right place. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the right thing, because you see it says it's still failed because it needs more ingredients. So you can drag down a bunch of stone. Oh, look at that! There's 3 bits of stone. It's because the recipe is this. I mean, that's spoilers. But then you add 1 more, 5 stone. Oh, only 3 of them are right because there's only 4 stone in the whole recipe, but no 5th stone. So then you put it into the right thing, and it's like, yep, and then success, and then you've now crafted a bridge, and it's taken some stone out. Then you can keep crafting until you eventually run out of items. What it counts as your inventory is 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the 5th one here. So you actually have 5 stone in your inventory right now, even though it only says 1. It changes based on if you drag it on and off, which is a little confusing. But then if you keep crafting, it will run out, and then it will only have 1 left. So yeah, that's the system. Not bad. And then to change recipes, so like these are the fixed recipes that a crafting table can make. So if I wanted to give one for an anvil, for instance, I would press F2 to go into my host controls, find my recipes thing. So here's my bridge recipe. Let's create a new one for the anvil. There we go. So the anvil, you can change the size, how many things it needs, or the size of the crafting table. So like the workbench is a 3x3, so this would work. But if I made it 4 and filled these all up, then you probably wouldn't be able to craft this at a workbench. Haven't actually tested it if you do it in a 4x4 grid in a 3x3 table, and it only has a 3x3 recipe. So let's test that. Let's do some live testing. So let's say, actually no. What's the shape? An anvil's kind of like this shape, isn't it? So we'll do iron get there. I need a better way of like remembering recent things you click just to save having to keep searching every time. Let's say this is the it's not. This is the recipe for an anvil. Let's just say that. All right. So now if you go in here, oh wait, we need some iron ingot. We select the anvil, and then okay. So if I put one up here, okay, put one there. Okay, so that is working because that is the recipe. But I assume if I move it, like if I did it in the top right, because it has to be the exact position. So this is the problem that I'm currently facing is the recipe being like local. So if I put it in the top right, then like it wouldn't. It would say if I put it even in the same pattern, it would say it's false. So like maybe I just keep things in the bottom left. Maybe I just always constrict it to the size of the crafting bench it's meant to be in. It's just not a very flexible system at the moment. But yeah. Hot take, I think a 3x3 square may be too easy. Oh, never mind. Okay, yeah. No, you can, well, I didn't set a limit, so they can get quite complicated theoretically, and like I mean you could eventually figure it out. It's just going to take a lot of trial and error. And also I'd have to add a crafting station that went up to this size. So like maybe we could have some really futuristic sci-fi advanced crafting tables that are 15 by 15. But for now, I think a 3x3 I could even do 2x2 or 1x1. A 1x1 just is probably a furnace, right? You put one in, you get one out. Hmm. Can we make baby bites on the crafting table? I mean, if I can think of a recipe, probably a bit of iron and some circuits or something. I don't know. Yeah, Wordle, but with an LE. Pretty neat. Hell yeah. It's not bad. Not bad for for a day's work. Could you change the success condition to check neighbors? What's high, Renee? I mean, yeah. So let's think about it. So if you're like in a 3x3 and you've got a 4x4 thing, and say, actually, I need MS Paint for this. Whoppa. So say I don't know, you got how do you do right, how do I draw a grid in MS Paint? Close enough. Say you've got it's 3x3 thing, but then a 4x4. Oh god. Jesus. All right. You got 4x4. So say the recipe for an anvil was like that, and you put in this. That's correct, right? It's the same shape, but it's just, well, it would be on the thingy's crafting table. You'd have to place it like there, and there, and there. So like if you place it in that one, it would be correct. That one would show green. So that's a current problem I have. So then I'd have to shift it. I could just shift it left and down, like this pattern, until everything was within bounds, and then it would translate to here. So like I need a translation, right? Sort of thing. So then we could translate it left and down until we eventually got this. You know. If that makes sense. So that's what I'm currently like figuring out. Really impressed you built this in a fucking day since it being suggested. Yeah, I'm quite quick. It's because I have no life. I don't eat. I don't sleep. So like, I've got all the time in the world, you know. Like if I now make the recipe's position dynamic, I'm working on it. Not really sure as to how, but that could give the flexibility. Yeah, like I think that's the best solution for it. The only, well, it's not really a problem, but then like, you know, what if you wanted it there, and there, but like who gives a shit? As long as you can do it, I think is the most important thing. It doesn't matter if it's, you know, the top, whatever. Actually, I could just keep shifting it as far left and as far down, so then like they all go down and left as far as possible. So then it's like everything's cornered in the bottom left, which I guess is better. How hard would that be? That wouldn't be too hard. And like some recipes obviously couldn't be. So like if there was something that was, you know, like that shape, well, just 4x4 really, it wouldn't be able to be compressed. That you just return false that no, this recipe can't be compressed, and then it just doesn't load it, I guess. Even if you've set it, because right now the way I'm setting if a recipe is usable by a thing is it's just a list of items. You just drag it into here and then it will show up in the list. But I need to do a check to make sure that the recipe. Oh, but the only problem as well is the recipes aren't stored on clients; they're stored on the host. So you wouldn't actually be able to tell. So you'd still. Oh. Shit. It would be easy if I stored it on the host. Also, thank you, Tanta, for the tier 2 for... Oh, what the fuck. 24 months. Dear God, 2 years. Jesus. 2 years. Love you, fit. Love you, dead. Oh my god. That's kind of crazy. I don't even think we have a 2-year badge. I think it only goes up to 1.5, right? Or no, it only goes up to 1 year? Also, wait, you got a founder's badge? God damn. How not gonna lie, I've never clocked that you have a founder's badge. Damn. That's crazy. Wait, when did you get here, Santa? The game looks nice. Join. Not today. Not today. Today we know network. Today we just Also, wait, where's my guy? Oh yeah, right. So yeah, crafting system up and running. And slightly working. I'm just gonna peep here. So yeah, but we're not focusing on the crafting. That was just today. We're focusing on world generation. Yeah, I was there early, but how early? What? So like, I actually don't remember. I don't remember when most people joined. I assume it was when I became affiliate, right? Because I think you get founders badges after you reach affiliate. Like you get them. Oh, founders is for subs, yeah. So and you can only sub when you're affiliate, right? So I guess you're there sort of at the start. The first week of November in 2022, that would make that. And it's November now, right? Yeah, it checks out. It checks out. 2 years. Goddamn. Actually, I think my affiliate anniversary wasn't that long ago. But I don't really do anything for that. It's affiliate, you know. It's just affiliate. So yeah, today we are focusing on world generation. I'm gonna do the crafting thing. Probably just later on because it's gonna just be boring. It's just shifting a recipe down and lots of debugging and. But yeah, I guess if. Is there a way I can max size items? To be fair, there is a way I can check on the server. I can go through all the crafting decorations, check to see if the recipe is in that thing, and if it is, like set what the max size is, and if your recipe, and then clamp the recipe size to the max size of the decoration. So when I'm trying to oh, I know, not that. Shit. Hoppa. When I'm here, I can just clamp this size to whatever the max size of the crafting table this item is found in. And if it's not found in any, then just don't let it have a recipe. So there's a few boring thingies I need to set up. That's what founders badges. Yeah, I think it's the first. Is it 5 or 15 people that sub to your channel, and I think you get another 15 when you become partner. So then people have another chance to get the founders badge. I came early when TikTok blew up. Yeah, that was. Yeah. Back in the day, I think I only had 10k followers about then. And I think we've just ticked over 40 recently, so hell yeah. But yeah, my OG Tanta. I think probably Tanta and J-Rom are the two people that I still see around, that stuck around the whole 2 years, because J-Rom was around from February 2022, and also not including my uni mates, but who I actually just I had to ban them. They went on a vendetta, so I had to ban them for their own good. But yeah, so today we're doing world gen. They're both banned. Yeah, it was just Gulan was banned, and then now they're both banned. I saw you guys had an offline conversation after stream ended, and and you were talking about them and how they were just weird, and I thought it'd be funny to send that to Gulam to see to show him what my chat thinks of him. And I just sent it to Gulam, and then Gulam told Aiden, and then they were both like, okay. I blocked out the names but then they went on a vendetta to like figure out who who was chatting shit about them. Um, so yeah, I think they started. I couldn't see what messages they were sending, but they started messaging like Dharma, like who is it? Tell us, tell us. So yeah, they killed Dharma over it. Yeah. Why did you ban them though? Because I knew they would come into chat asking the chat, all right, who's talking shit about us. So I had to ban them both for their own good. But yeah, if you get any strange friend requests in the next couple days, do not accept. It's probably one of their alts, and they're weird kids. They're weird goddamn kids. I probably should have seen it coming. It was a mistake to send that to Gulam. I thought he'd find it funny, and he did. And obviously they're doing it as a joke, but like, oh, they're just so weird. They have nothing else better to do than just like fuck with people. That's like their favorite thing to do. So, yeah. They take things to the extreme. Yeah, yeah. They don't really know where the line is. You know? There is no line for them. So, anywho. They're both pub mates and stream mates. Yeah, they're more people that, like, they're like a Cuban cigar or something. You don't want to smoke it all the time because it'll probably end up killing you. But, you know, once every now and then because it is one of your, like, it's a dark desire of yours, you know? And also skirting on the illegal. on the illegal, on the borderline of harassment, but, you know. Yeah. Odd kids. Anywho. So, yeah, we're going to do some world generation today. I've already got, you know, the scripts for generating stuff. So I've got like the baseline. Now I just need to like calculate where, you know, the heights and things and the colors. And for that, I'm going to do some abstraction. Ooh, big fancy word. Yeah, everything in moderation, you know. Too much of them will kill you. Actually, honestly, they're kind of like drugs. Highly addictive, and they bring out like that side of you that's like not great. That like it gives into your like the side of you that's like dark, the dark side of you. You know. So yeah. Hello, Mercury. How you doing, Mr. F Industries? I'll take it. I mean, my surname is Dustries, and my first name is Finn. So yeah. How you doing? I was a little concerned about the convo. Seem more things to be kept in a circle of friends, not streamed. Yeah, they don't really know the difference, and they always try and get me in trouble. So I think that, yeah, that's also why I had to ban them. I have banned them more than anyone else. Like, how many times have I banned A, B, and C? Yeah, look at that. Oh, I can't show it. Oh no, I can. I've banned A, B, and Z 61. No, I've timed him out 61 times. I've banned him 67 times. I've banned him more than I've timed him out. Like, yeah. And same with Gulam. How many times with Gulam? Gulam, I have... Oh, I've only banned him 12 times. But timed him out 89 times. They're monsters. They are monsters. But, like, they're still my friends. And, like, they do it all, like, jokingly. But, like, a lot of times, you know, on the internet, you can't tell, like, their intentions. Like, they're not bad people. They're just, like, they're goblins. Gaddy blocked out the names. I wasn't in a great mood to be singled out by them. Yeah, they were suspecting you for a little bit, but I don't think that. I think they thought it was Dharma. First question, how bad a cuss word is here? Depends on the cuss word, but I swear like there's no tomorrow, you know? So as long as it's not like highly offensive, as long as, you know, fuck, shit, balls, cock, wank, tits, ass, cunt, fuck, you know? Like that's my limit. So network is understandable but quite sad. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, some days you gotta focus. You know, I say as I go on tangents and do no work. I thought your name was Finn Industries. No, no, no. That is blasphemy. 2 N's, double N. Look at my rules in my About Me page. The first one is no blasphemy. Fun and games until you get banned. Yeah, that's usually their stance. Sometimes I have to control them. 67. Yeah, I don't even know how I've banned them that many times. I've never set up like automatic banning my project, so like it's all been manually banned. I think they know who it is. By the way, saw someone adding a reaction to a message, then deleting it. Honestly, I don't know. I haven't told them anything, and like, there's no way for them to find out. Oh wait, Kaz just confirmed it. Didn't I bring them up? Don't say that, Kaz. They can see stream. They'll know it's you. Now, oh god. I'm gonna have to delete the VOD, aren't I? Oh god. True friendship. Yeah. It's yeah. Everyone has like those different friend groups for different things, right? And these are my gaming buddies. Well, at least actually no. Honestly, I don't even game with them. I rarely talk to them anymore. For obvious reasons. Like I said earlier, they're like a drug that you can only have in little bits, otherwise you overdose. What did they even do? They just said they were like weird and a bit creepy. Like not even that bad. But like any offense to them, like they just think it's funny. Anyway, enough about them. I need to focus. Fuck those guys. Forgives any kind of context for the swears here. Finn is British. Yeah, our range is pretty wide. Just as long as it's not offensive, you know. That's where I draw the line. I mean, I do like kind of offensive humor sometimes. You know, love a bit of South Park, but I think yeah, you gotta moderate it because like in the past I've allowed dark humor and stuff, like borderline stuff. So like, and like if you let a little bit go, it like people don't think they can get away with more and more, you know, until you end up have to talk. So as a rule, I just be like, no offensiveness, just on public social spaces, you know. So that's my line. Don't you have an auto ban though? Remember someone joined for the first time, message slurs, then got banned immediately. No, that was just me manually banning them. I click ban on it. Worked a bit on Jellycats. Now they explode in the colours they are. Hell yeah! In a nice viscous shader style, right? I love that shader. They do look very edible now. The guilty pleasure friend group. Yeah, that's the word. The guilty pleasure, yeah. But like they're not good for me. And they are probably slowly killing me. But yeah. Anyway. You can block watching the streams if you check. Yeah, I thought about it, but then I ban people a lot as well, and then unban them, just for the bans. So like, I don't want them to not be able to see stream and see the reaction or whatever, or see me explaining, oh, it's only a temporary ban. Like I banned Scara yesterday or the day before, So like, want them to continue watching. You give them a finger, they take a hand. Exactly. They think they can get away with it if you let it go. So you gotta be strict sometimes. For that, like you should have seen my community early on. Dear God, I call them the Dark Ages, but like Gulam and Avian, they call them the Golden Age. It's it was the Wild West back then. I just let things slide because I was very small, and you don't want to lower your view count, so like you keep people around as much as you can, but then that means tolerating a lot of stuff. But now I am lucky that I can just ban whoever and not feel anything about it. Anyway. We're doing what? Right, so I need to make what do I need to make? I need to make an abstract system for generating terrain. So I can have different iterations of terrain. So like the terrain that I'm generating right now, I might want to go back to this at one point. So like I need it in its own separate script, for the way this world was generated, and then create a new script for if I want to try a new type of world generation. But abstraction is probably the way to go with that. I just noticed, why is your Discord icon still the ancient one? It's never going to change. That is my brand. I made that when I was like 13 or 14. When I was on Little Big Planet. So that has a lot of sentimental value to me. That is where my game development career started, was a Little Big Planet. So like, I'm never going to change from that icon. I'll change my profile picture, but the Discord and like basically every other social media, the main icon will be that, because it means a lot to me. I wouldn't be here without that game, and that was like what I looked like in that game, and yeah, it was nice. And it was the first little artwork I ever did. It was just a tracing, really, but like at the time, it was a big deal for me as someone who can't do art. Jellycat's one of them is probably grape flavored. Yep, probably orange. I think I saw strawberry for the pink one. Maybe a lemon. Great, now I'm hungry. Those days truly were dark. Yeah, they were, weren't they? They were also kind of chaotic, though, in like a fun way. Like a lot of memes were born in that era, So I'll know when they're watching. TRF will be blowing up. Yeah, don't worry. They don't actually watch my streams anymore. Thank God. They just come by once every now and then to troll me. Never eaten a grape that tastes like grape flavor. Who decided that? I feel like grape flavor is kind of similar to what grapes actually taste like, right? I mean, it's obviously a lot more like it's like a concentrate. It's quite diluted in natural grape form. But if you like concentrate the essence, I feel like that would be it. It's just a lot weaker when you eat a grape. But then again, they might have just invented grape. Maybe grape is just propaganda. Americans didn't, food chemists. Yep. Interesting job. Just coming up with flavors. The ancient paper bag, the very one. The OG. For a time I wanted to play Little Big Planet as like my main game on stream, but now I'm sort of a developer streamer. Also, hi Ghost. Sorry, I'm bad at reading messages. How you doing, Ghost? Hello. Thank you for the tier 1 for 21 months. Are you catching up on Tanta? Thank you very much. God damn. Every time I see it, 20, like even just 20 plus months is just crazy to me. Yeah, how you doing? Okay, let's just, okay, I can't read every message. Let's just skip. All food apparently gives you cancer. So I've heard. At least that's what EU regulations tell us. The Big Planet's awesome. Right. Hyacinth. Yeah, no, that's the game that made me a game developer. Because it's pretty much just a game engine. You just make your own levels. So yeah, at a young age, that's all I did. Came back from school, played that. And the multiplayer aspect, the community aspect is what, like, yeah, that was my first, like, experience to communities, online communities. Then, you discover Skype, Discord, TeamSpeak, Facebook, Twitter. Luckily, I stayed off Twitter for most of my life. And only came in when Elon Musk bought it. So that was, yeah, probably not the best experience. I should have just stayed off it. But everyone's like, make a Twitter. But now I deleted my Twitter. And now I'm on Blue Sky only. Because Twitter is just AIDS. I cannot stay on there for more than 5 minutes. It's just bots and people yelling at each other. And that sucks. So yeah, now I'm just on Blue Sky. But the only problem with Blue Sky is it's not really showing me anything I am interested in. I'm trying to curate my algorithm to show me things that I'm interested in, but it just keeps showing me shit I don't care about. So they got to improve their algorithm, but it's still better than what Twitter is. And especially after the election results, it was so bad on Twitter. You should play a little bit Planet stream sometime. The only issue is it needs an emulator, right? And that kills my PC. I've tried it before to play Little Big Planet, and it uses 100% my CPU, and that's like not even running like my game or OBS. It's just so I probably need like a second computer and do that like dual monitor or dual computer setup. I'm good. Just sleep deprived. Hell yeah. I would say me too, but I woke up at 3 p.m. yesterday, so I've definitely had enough sleep. Yesterday, today. God damn it. My birthday's creeping up on my day. Hell yeah. Happy early birthday. Just in case I forget by the time. Because I assume you'll be busy on the day. Gonna crack a can of sugar. I mean cola. Hell yeah. Oh, fuck. Now I want it as well. I haven't had Coca-Cola in so long. But it's probably my favorite drink. TeamSpeak what last year? Yeah. TeamSpeak was kind of shit. It's still trying to be a thing. It's somehow still around today. But like, they keep trying to promote their thing, but they don't actually like improve it. Maybe they have. I haven't checked out in a few years, but like, it looks so old. Discord looks like nice and modern and sleek. Like look at the design on this. It's like dark themes, round buttons and stuff. But TeamSpeak just looks like Windows like XP. So, well, at least the last time I used it, it did. Oh, yeah, there we go. 1,000 there you go. Congrats, Scar. You are our 1,000th message. Anyone know the solution to Google constantly logging me out? Logging in. There you go. That's the solution. Not too busy until that day off. Ah, okay. Plenty more time to watch Findustry stream though. Hell yeah. So no code today. No code today. I mean, I know how much you like falling through the world, Jackson, but no code today. Today I thought we'd be doing. We're almost. We're 47 minutes in, and I haven't written a single line of code. Oh my god. Dear God. Is chat too distracting today? Maybe. Just a little bit. Welcome, Wolf. Welcome. Okay, let me just create a script. Let's just actually get the ball rolling. So procedural is what controls it at the moment. So let's call this generation 1, like number them. Generation. Yeah. I think generator, I might want a generator object at some point in the future, like electricity or something, if I want to make this game Factorio. But yeah, maybe I just do this and I make this shit abstract. Oh, look at that. Then that's it. Then we do void generate. No, sorry. Wait, what am I doing? Public abstract void generate, and that takes in a seed and outputs a 2D array for the height map, and outputs a biome array, a 2D biome array for the biome map, and that's all it has to do. So it's going to be like, we're going to inherit from this, and then that means everything is going to have this. So it generates using a seed. It gives us a height map and a biome map. Simple as. Lovely. So what happens when you like talking to people too much? Yeah, I'm socially deprived. I see my friends IRL, like my hometown friends and not my uni friends, like once every month at most. So like, and I talk to my online friends once every 2 months. So like, yeah, I am slightly socially deprived, and then I haven't been streaming for 2 weeks until recently. So like, I am slightly socially deprived. All right, generation 1. So this is just going to be what the generation currently is. This algorithm I have that's generating all these islands and mountains. That's going to be this one. Generation 1. Then we implement the generate shit, and we go to here, and we what do we do? We get this. Oh shit! Wait up. Okay, we might need a bit more than that. Okay, we need more than just a seed. We also need where it starts. And if the thing actually has any vertices, because it might just be empty, like ocean. So let's take all of that. Instead, oh god, I see chat moving and I want to read it and respond to it, but I'm trying to code. Oh god. Okay. And then we'll just yoink all this. And we'll put it in the first generation. And then there you go. Oh, it's not called a noise map. It's called a oh, shit. Let's rename it. Island noise. Oh, God. So many settings. No, I stopped moving, chat. I can see you moving. Okay, now I've got to scroll up and respond. Hi, Dharma Wolf. God damn it. Hello, Dragon Cat Queen. Welcome, welcome. Chat slightly cut off. Oh, yeah. This screen that I'm on is actually, it's 1920 by 1200. So, like, I'd need to add some, like, bottom bars or something. I'll add that to my notes. Notepad. Add 1920 by 1200 bars. Just while I remember. Okay, so we need island noise, cutoff threshold. Basically just all the settings that we have up here. Like that. Put those up here. Generation 1. And we also need the noise, which is this. Is that good? Oh, and the biomes. Like so. Oh shit, noise isn't public. Biomes. There we go. And we will just get this, make it public, and drag this outside like so. Cool. Bueno. Alright, now I gotta catch up on chat again. We are your social interactions then? Yeah, pretty much. Also, I do not speak Russian. So rip. Been talking to Finn like every day for a week, and now I learned that has meant nothing to Finn. No, but you haven't been talking, you've been typing. I mean talking. I need that I need to use my mouth, you know? I can type quite well. I just can't talk very well, so I need to like keep it in practice, you know? Plus it's just more entertaining to talk, you know? Because then you can make funny noises. Let's Kaz is doing the debugging. Unless you do it full screen, you can see the messages. I mean, to be fair, I could just. No wait. I could do that, but then everything's gonna be a bit. Actually, no. No. I'll just add a setting for it. Shouldn't be too bad. Okay, now let's keep going. What is the little character behind the screen? That's me. That's me peeping. Well, I mean, it would be. I'm not controlling my guy at the moment. I might make it so like I can make the head move based on where the mouse is, so it looks a bit more. So I'm actually moving. Instead of just standing there. Normally you'd see people in the background, you know, doing their thing, but I haven't opened the network today. Finn fuck. What? Oh, Jin Finn. Oh, right. Wait, no. What? 2 ends, Tony. 2 ends. Dear God. I knew Tony. Yeah, I'm back to streaming. I'm back. With a vengeance. How do you become one? Well, not you can't today, but normally you download it on Steam. That's how you join me. Assuming you have a Windows PC. Download Steam, but I do know what today. Yeah, got it. I'm sorry, I speak Russian. I don't speak good English. That's fine. It's fine. hopefully you can yeah understand roughly what I'm trying to do. 16 by 10. No, well I have 3 monitors. All right, I the other 2 are 16 by 9, but like I then didn't have a third monitor, and I needed a third monitor, and I had this old one that was unfortunately 16 by 10, so I had to use it. And unfortunately, that's the window that Unity chooses for the secondary display, so I have to use it. You know, I could put it on my right one, which is 19 or 16 by 9. But Unity just doesn't let you do that. So unless I create a third window instance, you know, there's 2 instances. There's, you know, the middle one and then the one on the right. But yeah, Unity, am I right? Anyway, so we can get rid of this now. And then it's going to be a few errors. And instead, we can just have a reference up here. I don't want to delete any of this stuff because I want to copy a lot of the settings over. But let's call this, that's not private generation. And this will point this to whichever generation we want to use. And then we can just do this. All right, wait. Generate. Oh, and the seed can just be 0. Actually, we'll make a seed variable. Not going to use it at the moment, but just for future, you know. Okay, so that go there. That go there. That go there. And there we go. We basically just swapped it out. I think this is all just for creating chunks, chunk loading. So that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, it's all fine. It's all like separated now. Is that good? That's for debugging. Yeah. All right. Cool. Then we go back to where's that? There. And let me catch up on chat messages. So many chats today. Yeah, there's a few. Like IRL blabbing. Yep, exactly like that. I just like blabbing. Why is there a Dharma slime? Ew. Yeah, no, I'm not built like that. I wish I didn't have to talk at all. Really? I mean, I like it. It's different. At least when it comes to streaming, it's different. I could yap at a stream for hours. But a person, it's kind of hard because, like, social norms. Like, you know. Unless you find, like, that one person that you just don't mind yapping to for hours. Like, most of the time, you have to sort of gauge whether someone's, you don't know, lost interest in the conversation and stuff. You have to, like, find common ground, things to talk about. There's so many more layers, you know. But when it's a stream and you're just talking into a microphone at a screen, reading some text, you know, you can go for ages. I love yapping like that. It's great because then I just go on random tangents. I love going on tangents. You know, thinking about thoughts that I haven't thought about before. You know, forming opinions. Sounds to me that you guys need to get both your multiplayer setups running so you can blab in your games. Well, mine is technically running. I'm just choosing to not do it today so I don't have as many distractions. Like, you think I'm distracted reading chat now? Imagine reading chat and then also someone comes and starts blocking the screen or something, or someone builds something in the background. Like, there's too many distractions. So, like, I gotta try and stop myself from blabbing too much because I have to work. I got work to do. Not that I need to do this on stream. I did stream to talk, but like I should be at least a little bit productive, you know. Okay, there we go. I've caught up. Ominously creeping behind the scene. That's me. I be creeping. But yeah, why is there a Dharma slime now? Since when's that a thing? Unity said no, as per usual. Yeah, Unity a bitch. All right, so let's do. Well, first of all, let's go back into the default one so I don't lose my current settings because it takes so long to just like get all the settings right for this. Took me forever. Like I accidentally got the world generation working, or like looking cool. So like, actually, I can demonstrate it later. But But let's just do generations. Slap that at the top, and we'll do here generation 1. Add the generation 1 script, and now we just got a copy over all of the settings. Unfortunately, they're not the same script, so I can't just copy them. Shit, do I not have... Oh, I didn't copy over the offset. This. That. That. Wait, where is this used? Okay. So I actually don't need that. I need that in here. X. Oh god. X start plus equals that. It's so hard to type when you can't see your keyboard. I've got the microphone just in front of it. Unfortunately, I can't put the microphone further away because, yeah, your microphones only sound good really when they're 2 centimeters in front of your face. Okay, that should be good. Just increments the offset. And then this needs to just be X and Z or Z. Which one did the Brits say? I always forget. Z? I've spent too much time around Americans now that I actually don't know if it's Z or Z anymore. All the distractions. Stop distracting me, Tony. That's Finn in social situations lurking. Yeah. In social situations, I'm kind of like... I'm not shy. But I will never approach people. Like, if you come up to and talk to me, I can, you know, yap at you forever. But, like, I just can't be asked to go up to people and start a conversation. Because most of the time, it's just small talk. You know, it's just like, oh, hi, how's this? How's life? Oh, what are you up to now? And I hate that. And I make no effort to hide the fact that I hate that. So, like, if I want to talk to you, I'll talk to you. Otherwise, I just do not give a fuck. I got things to think about. I got games to plan. You know, like... I ain't got time for this. I ain't got time. But, like, I am quite good at talking. Just to people. Maybe at them. I don't know. Once I get going. Actually, why don't I just... Oh, no, that's not going to work. Just gotta do it one by one. Wonder how hard proximity chat would be. Not too hard. I can add it. Voice chat is on the to-do list. And just so you guys can like hear me in real time instead of having to wait for stream to hear me. Whether I turn on your guys' voice chats, I don't know. That might be a recipe for disaster, but maybe. I think to start with, I'll just make it so only I have voice chat. Probably be hazardous for streamer. Yeah, potentially. Or I could just make it a thing that I can only let certain people talk, you know? Trusted people. Island height threshold. Island height fall off. 0. Beach threshold. That. Water fall off. That. Hill threshold. That. Hill amplitude. That. And finally, hilltop threshold. That. And then we got to copy over all the noise. Copy the island noise. Paste. Copy. Paste. Oh wait, I don't even need hot and cold. There are no biomes. Nah, fuck it. Just in case I do need them at one point. Copy. Paste. Set this to beach. Set this to land. Set this to hill. And set this to hilltop. Bueno. Alright, so. Step 1, complete. Step 2, check it actually works. Play. Zedge. Sometimes I think I'm too old to be here. No such thing. After you turn 20, you can't actually tell the difference between, like, an old person and a young person if you just went off, like... Okay, I guess it depends how old, but, like... Most people just can't tell the difference. Oh, is this generating icons? Do not generate... Yeah, it is. Don't generate icons. That shit takes up RAM. Z. Yeah, it's Z, right? That's the British one. Small talk sucks, right? I just do it. I do it too much because, you know, you have to. Oh. Okay, that's not good. Why no generate? Why no generate? It's generating chunks, but just they're not got anything in them. They're empty. Wait, what? Why is it over there? Why is it in a triangle? Oh, wait, no, that's just the curvature of the thing. But why? Huh? Oh, God. Well, it is something. Something's happening. Maybe if I go in that direction, it'll... If I fly more that way. Okay, so it's... Oh, wait, is the offset wrong? Am I just plopping... I think I'm just in the middle of the ocean. What's the offset? Yeah, the offset's the same. Okay, so there's something going wrong. Wait. No, wait. Wait. What did I do? Plus equals... Something no bueno. What was this before? It was just that plus that, which is what I'm doing. Right. Wait, oh, it's just, I think this is not being set to the offset. Okay, so I just need to change the offset, basically. That's fine. If I just make it 0, 0. This is going to fuck up the map. It's not going to generate the same as it has been, like, yesterday, but that's fine. It's the same map, but just, it's been offset. So all the decorations are going to be fucked. Okay. Oh, wait, no, that's just spawn. Well, the main menu. Okay. Where are we? Wait, oh, it's fine. Okay, just setting the offset to 0 is fine. Yay. Look at that. Alright, everything's generating as per normal. Exactly the same. Also, I can see who created things now. Like, who made this? Oh, Kaz, you placed this? Why would you place this? What? Explain yourself. Let's just reduce the render distance a bit. Oh, wait, I realized you can't actually see what I'm looking at. Well, you placed this? And I've missed chat again. God damn it. Anyone here has XRI toolkit? Yes, if that's the VR stuff. Yeah. I did use that. Oh god, my computer's... What is my computer doing? Okay, let's just frame rate limit you to like that. Oh, that's going to take a while to generate anything, isn't it? But yeah, my fans are whirring. Bad at talking to people and can't help making small talk. Yeah. That's the thing. I don't really make small talk. Obviously, if people ask me small talk questions, I'll answer them because it's just rude not to. But, like, I won't continue the conversation. And if I do, I'll just talk about shit that interests me. Like, actual conversation, not just small talk. I don't talk much unless something fucks up. That's nice. Then you only have to talk some of the time and still get paid. My John warehouse by myself for the full 8 hours. Most of the time I go crazy. Oh, no wonder you keep tuning into my streams. It's to keep sane. Can't hear shit over loud machines running. Yeah, trying to talk in any situation where you can't hear, like a concert or a club or in a warehouse. Yeah, fuck that. I'm ordering food. Do you want anything? Yeah, I'll have what am I in the mood for? Oh, we had Chinese last night. And I didn't realize how much I love Chinese. Just a bit of chicken chow mein. Got some crispy fried beef with the special rice. Chicken balls. It's good shit, dude. It's so sweet, and I have such a sweet tooth. But then you have like the chicken chow mein to balance it out. So yeah. Oh, I'm getting hungry now, and we have some left over. But I think my dad's making steak tonight, so no leftovers tonight. Can I get 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, number 6 with extra dip, 2 number 7s? My cat is nudging me for a fuss. It probably wants to be fed. At least that's what I've learned from my cat. If it nudges you, it wants to be fed. Actually, no, that is a lie. 50% of the time it wants to be fed. Another 50% of the time it just wants to piss you off. Because then you give it food and it doesn't want it. It's just, and it doesn't want attention either because then it runs away. But then it still keeps pissing you off. I have a wake cat. Food will be in 7 hours. Hell yeah. New record. Yeah, sorry. I'm letting you see, sorry. I had a thing and buttons to press. Let's see. A lot of food from different places. It'll take a bit. Wait, you order from different places? Is that all in like one order or just like multiple orders that you have to like pay delivery for each one? What do you know about the Skibbity toilet? I know that I am done with it. I'm over it. Let it die is what I'm thinking. It's like Ugandan Knuckles, you know. It's had its lifetime. It's run its course. So we just start yapping about game dev stuff. Honestly, no. I just start talking about religion or politics or like. I just hit them with the. What do you think happens when we die? That's the shit that interests me. I like talking about the topics that people don't like talking about, and then that usually scares them off. So then I'm like, okay, so you're not worthy. You're not worthy of my time. But the people that's the best thing though. You find that there's 1 or 2 people that will indulge you, and then you're like, I want to be your best friend. You know. That's how I find my friends. Maybe that's why I made friends with my uni friends, because like, yeah, they don't have this. They don't have the same problem. They'll talk about anything and anything. No wonder you and Doy get along so well. Yeah, I only taught game dev about people. Oh well, 2 other game devs. So like, Dog's the only other person that I've taught game dev with. I don't really know any other game devs. I'm kind of alone in my field. It's been a very very lonely journey so far. But now I have Doigman. So I've been saved. I love Chinese food. It's so good. Sweet and spicy. Yeah, I didn't get sweet and spicy this time. Or was it sweet and sour? I don't handle spice that well, so I usually go for the non-spicy stuff. Apple bottom beef boots with the beef. Is that am I thinking of? Okay, yeah. Wait. Sorry, my brain's it's both thinking of a Chinese dish and also the song. So I miss Yemba. I don't. My cat pats my arm when he wants to be in my lap. He's very polite. My cat does that when we're at the dinner table, and then you give him attention or food, and he just keeps doing it, and he just keeps patting you. Like, it's just, what the fuck do you want? You know. Like, he just taps us. I just want to know what's going through his brain, because there's clearly something going on there. I just don't know what it is. He's after something, and I just don't know what he wants. Yeah. But also, if you're going down the stairs, and the cat is like on the floor and like behind the banisters, he will always swipe for me. Every time that like my head gets to his level, he will try and swipe me. I think it's, I don't know, him being taller, you know, above, the height advantage, the high ground, gives him some sort of a power trip that he's like, I have all the power now, I'll fight you. But then you tower over him and he just runs away. You deny Dr. Who's entire existence. Yeah. True. I did. But Leaf's more of a hobbyist. Leaf doesn't think too deeply into topics. Like when I've tried to brainstorm with Leaf, it's not gone very far. But then I brainstorm with Doig, and then like, look, I've already got the whole new Wordle-based crafting system. Like, that's a cool idea. You know, but Leaf doesn't have that he doesn't create that spark in me. You know, he doesn't. I don't bounce off his ideas because they're either usually dumb or stupid or both. It's not Leaf hate. It's just he's good at making games, but I don't know, not as good in the coding department or the game design theory department. But like he can code and like make stuff. You know, it's not his strength, which isn't. It's not a bad thing. It's just not his strength. Or at least if he does have the ability, I haven't seen it. Good, then my joke reached its intended audience. Okay, good. I was hoping that. I was thinking the right thing. Mine only does it when I'm at my desk. Yeah, mine does not fuck with me when I'm at my desk. He knows I have all the power, the authority, the dominance, the alpha male energy, you know. Love and communities combined, to be honest, Doig and Finn seemed unlikely, but were mixing well. What do you mean seemed unlikely? They're very similar. Very, very dry sense of humor. Kind of thing. Oh my god, you clipped it. You're gonna send it to him, aren't you? I'm gonna get a strongly worded email later. God damn it. He doesn't do it much yet because he's still in school like me. True. He has yet to. He's still a young lad, you know. He's still a young lad. But me and Doig, we're old men with a lot of experience under our belts. He's not here to defend himself. No, there's nothing to defend against. You know, it's just like it's just a thing. It's not deep. It's not deep. Don't make it deep. Anyway, this is all generating. Bueno. Now we test. So that means I can actually remove all the code that we don't need anymore. Which is up here. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. That's fine. Oh, God. Don't need that. Just do this. That. That. Yeah. Nah. Oh, I know. Not F. There. Cool. Doig Swift, chaotic good. Finn, chaotic evil. Together become chaotic neutral. Am I chaotic evil? I think a little bit. I think more, what's the tree? Like, I forget the grid. So if Doig is chaotic good. Yeah, I know, you're probably right. You're probably right. D&D nerd shit, hell yeah. Wait, what's that? What? Talking Swifty and a D&D campaign out there. Yeah, yeah. On Lady V's channel, from what I've seen of the VODs. whoever this Lady V is. Not deep. There's this horrible slander. Well, I don't know. I'm speaking from experience. I do get some ideas, but like, I don't know. Leaf. Yeah, I don't know. His ideas are. I don't know. Anyway. Lawful evil. I was considering lawful evil, but I don't always follow the rules, and I'm not neutral evil. I think chaotic evil is probably right. My streams are mostly chaos. At least when I'm doing things. I guess my dev streams are lawful evil. Okay. Honestly, we don't even need this anymore. Be gone. And this. Be gone. And that's fine. Wait. Get rid of those. Get rid of those. Get rid of all of that. And then that. And those. Just really simplify this whole script down. I see their stream notification each time I arrive at school. Yeah, they do. They stream really early for me. So, like, I wake up... Well, today I woke up at 3, but normally I wake up at, like... anywhere between 11 p.m. and, like, 2 p.m. Oh, no, 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. And I think they stream at, like, 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning. So I never get to catch the streams unless Doig does, like, a long dev stream. Lady Vignette. Vignette? Vignette. How do you say that word? Is it vignette? Vignette. Silent G. Vignette. Vignette. Yeah. Silent G. Lady Vignette. I think all the VODs are edited down and with added fan art on her YouTube channel. I was wondering why Swifty does all that artwork. I wonder where it all goes. Yeah. I do need to watch some of his videos at some time. I've never been much of a D&D guy, but like, sometimes. I do make the odd exception. Okay. So, oh, my back. Now. Well, let's just test, just to make sure this works. It should work. Yeah, vignette. I think it's vignette. Vignette does not sound right. Shit. Oh, wait, did it on... Wait, what? Why does it just move now? Wasn't like this last time. Huh. That's not good. Huh. Ah, whatever. I don't care. I'm doing a new generation system anyway. What do I care? Generation 2. It should still generate the same word, so even if the officer is fucked, doesn't really matter. Oh god, I understood that reference. Will you verwegs? When will you verwegs? Why won't you verwegs? Is Sean Astin gay? Is that his name, Sean Astin? Why do I smell smoke? I hope my house isn't burning down. Okay. So, how do we start this? Yeah, we gotta define the things. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, no, it's a shared account. Do you have an extinguisher in your home? Are you really sales pitching me right now? Is this actually happening? Am I being cold called by my own Twitch viewer? But no, maybe I don't know, dude. I don't live in this house really. I live in this room, but I don't live in this house. Okay, so this is the bit we just need to get rid of. I really need to get one. To be honest, our houses are made of mostly just brick, so like it's not much flammable stuff. I think the floor is actually wood, so maybe there is. But yeah, we should probably still get one. Just knowing my family, probably start one intentionally, trying to murder each other. So let's do some thinking. How do we want this to generate? So let's just, by default, map x, y equals 1. Simple as. So this should generate a flat world. Please get one, don't die in a fire. Well, like, that's why we have firemen, right? It's for that purpose, you know? Testing. Okay. Let's create a little history here. Generations. I should put that one. Generation 2. Bum, 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 bum. Drag that into there. And we want to debug. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. See how that goes. Da, 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 da. I think it's just my dad cooking. It's probably like burning the steaks or something. I don't know. Well, is that? I think that's working, but everything's generating under the water. Or not? Why not? Why is it turned off? Eh. Interesting. Why, is it because the biome maps whatever as well? Oh, it might be because there's no biome. Generation 2. Private biome. What do we call this? Land. Land. Is that gonna... Oh, has vertices. By default, set that to true. Just for testing. I think that's good, right? We're not using X start or Y start. Where do we use those? Right. X and Y. Okay, right. It's all come back to me. It's all come back to me. Scar gonna cause arson. Yep. That's what he does best. Okay. Now this should work. This should generate something. Theoretically. Okay. Oh, land! I mean, it's under the water, but land! Let's just turn off water for now. Oh, that is tiny. So this is generating 10. Let's make it 25. Actually, no, 10 by 10 is big enough. Just need to change the camera. Bum, 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 bum. School I worked in had a massive fire. Oh. I think we had a fire at our school once. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun when there actually is some, like, the fire drills actually have, like, a use. It's a bit of excitement in the day, you know? Wait, how big is this? There. Like that. There we go. So now we got a nice view of the top down. We also need the side on, but do that later. Okay, so we've got terrain generating. Don't know why this is still there. What else do we need? That's not what I want to do. There we go. Terrain. We can just get rid of that. Okay. Now what? Is it solid land though? It should be. Maybe. Let me just double check. It has a collider on it. So let's have a gander. Do it be solid? Oh, it's not doing on start. Bum 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 bum. Procedural. If that, put that in that, because you don't want it in the game. But here we will do generate. I cannot type. Wait, was it not called generate preview? What's it called? Control chunk. Oh, I got to do this. Damn it. So what's generate preview? Does that actually do anything? No, it doesn't. Doth not need you no more. We haveth no previews. Previews just being like UI thing, so I could see what the noise looks like. Oh wait, here. Private bool editor initialized. If that's true. If editor initialize is false. Wait. What am I doing? I need to get through here. Wait, yeah. There we go. Now we're cooking. So I'll just do it the first time. This is going to be 0 anyway, so it'll go straight through. God, that's convoluted. He's good at making games, but not as good at in the coding or game design theory department. Yep, I thought they'd send it to you. I'm sorry. I had to say it. You're good, but room for improvement. Room for improvement. There's always room for improvement. You're a young lad. Okay, there we go. Generates first time. Very nice. But, I was comparing you to Doig, which might be unfair because Doig is significantly older than you. So I did say that. They just didn't clip the whole thing, I'm guessing. But we were talking about like game ideas and stuff, and like I said, the only person I haven't had many people to bounce ideas off, and they were like, "Oh, you forgot about Leaf," and I was like, "Oh yeah, Leaf," but then like, yeah. Yeah. It may be a little harsh, maybe, but I have to speak my truth, my experience. Okay, so that's working first time. So now, so how do we want this algorithm to work? What do we want from this? I'm gonna leave that because I actually need that for later to remind me to do that. So let's do a new one. So how do we want land generation to work? So we want islands. Yeah. You know, just randomly generating around the place. Bean looking nice islands. Also, I do know some game design in theory. I'm not all good looks. Ah, I see. I have yet to to see that. Just because we were talking about how to improve the crafting system, and Doi came up with this idea for a Wordle based one, and that was a really really good idea. And I was like, damn, just gonna yoink that. What is this emote? I can't even see it. Oh yeah, you had to be there. You had to be there. That's an inside joke. That is. Since I was on Toy Stream, and they were doing an art stream, and they had some of their community members doodling, and one of them doodled me, and then Toy jokingly said, "Ah, Finn, you should turn that into an emote." So I turned it into an emote. So now it's an emote. I don't even know what it is. I think it's just me, kind of. It's hard to make out. But yeah, there you go. New emote drop, boys. New emote drop. Has bro not played Lemon Larry? Lemon Larry is game of the year. I think I did play it, didn't I? I vaguely remember playing something, and the audio just blew my eardrums out. Was that not the Lemon Larry? I don't remember. Find the drawing Doi did of you, Finn. Oh yeah, that's even better. He honestly should just keep it as that. I think it's appropriate. No high fidelity. I'm not a high fidelity guy, you know. So yeah, my idea is having a bunch of islands kind of close together, maybe not as large as they currently are, because right now it's like massive. So the scale is way too high. So we need a bunch of islands, but like each island has its own biome. So like this island is a forest island, and this one's a desert. This one's like a cherry blossom or something. This one's like a rainforest, and this one's like a lava hellscape, or like demon lair, you know. So how do I do that? Somebody tell me. Oh, I know. Don't need somebody. I have the next best thing. Right. I would like to make a procedurally generated. Is that not how procedurally generated terrain in Unity where the terrain is split into biomes and loaded as islands. I don't know how to word this. Let's just see what it comes up with. I might have needed to specify that each island should be fully covered by the biome and not have like any more than one per thing, right? That probably would have been. Okay, stop. I need to edit. And loaded as islands. Make sure that an island only has one biome. It should return a float for the height map and a biome for the biome map, both of which are the same size. Let's try that. Let's see if I can do this. Dude, ever since I've never used ChatGPT before until like a couple weeks ago to like code, but oh my god, it saves so much time. Like a lot of this stuff I know, it's like it's not like I'm like losing knowledge because I know how to do all this stuff. I just can't be asked. um, and it saves me so much time, so much time. Making a giraffe pattern, maybe. The islands featured in a video with 20k plus views. Just saying. True. Wait, 20k plus? That's nothing these days. That's like drop in a pond. If I recall correctly, Factorio does a thing where pretty much each biome or type has its own noise function, and what actually spawns in whichever has the highest value. Yeah, I think that works for Factorio because it's a flat 2D map. No, but then again, it does have water. But then again, no, I think their thing is it's flat, so like you can get islands that have like more than one biome from some of the island worlds I've made in Factorio. And yeah, that does make more sense because sometimes you want like a desert, you'd want it to be big and maybe a bit more round, whereas like a mountain would be a bit more, you know. Did you just pin high Kaz? But also, yeah, hi Shadow. Welcome. Each biome's islands will generate independently, and if two want to put on an island in the same place, it's determined by which has the highest height. Ah. Interesting. Oh god, it's getting neighbors and shit. Wait, is this on a fixed height? Oh, I don't want it to be on a fixed height. Or fixed map size, because it's infinite. Yes. I think it does do it based off like a fixed thing. Let me just tell it that. I need the algorithm to... Oh my god, cannot spell today. To work on an infinite world. Not a fixed size grid. Dynamic generating and managing data in chunks. Yada, yada, yada. Alright, well, let's just see what it comes up with again. And if not, we can just figure something out. We can put our brains together and come up with a solution. Bad for using AI, sucky. Yeah, but then again, no. It is very useful. Like, ChatGPT is just so useful. Even though, you know, AI bad, but like... Look at it. It's a genius. I am getting probably into a bad habit of relying on it. Well, I'm not relying on it that much. I do everything I can without it, you know. It's just when it comes to things like procedural terrain that I don't have that much like knowledge in it, and like learning all that shit, that's just going to take so long. But something that probably isn't worth the time investment, because it's just the world. The more important thing is what I fill the world with, but if I can get it to do the heavy lifting part, then yeah. Okay, so this is its algorithm. Let's just slap it in and see what it does. I told it to return it in a format that I can use, so... What problems are we going to have? Okay, so it needs a forest biome. Assign a random biome to the island. Okay. So let's just do forest that... Oh, I cannot spell today. And this, just biomes. Okay. Generated chunks. Oh god, it's created its own thing. No, I don't need all of this. Oh, I don't need all of this. Or do I? Oh, I know I do. Oh wait, what? Oh no, but still, this is still fixed. It still relies on a existing generated chunks. I just need to take in a thing and not have to store it. You know. All right, ChatGPT has failed us. We're doing it ourselves. All right, how are we gonna, how are we gonna do this? Tried to use ChatGPT for my physics homework, but it was still wrong. Yeah, no, I wouldn't use it for anything official. Like I use it as like a stepping stone, a base thing to start. But then I sort of sculpt it into what I need. And yeah, a lot of the time I get stuff wrong, so it takes a few tries. I use ChatGPT to make my words sound better for work. Yeah, that as well. It helps with just like the menial tasks that like you just don't want to do, and it saves so much time. Time is the most important resource we all have. So like, if it helps with that, I'm all for it. The problem we're trying to solve, well, it's not the problem. I guess it's a problem. We're just trying to generate islands and have them not overlapping in their sort of like biome. So I don't want a biome that's like half ice, half demon. I want the whole island to be one thing. So, solution for that. God damn it. Solution for that could be. So noise generates between 0 and 1, and normally you'd say anything above 0.7 is island. Anything below, just don't do that. That's normally how it works. But then generating the actual shape of the islands is easy. It's the determining what biome should the island be is the hard part. Especially because you then have to group everything in this area to be one thing. But then if it comes up here, this should be another thing. And how does it determine that? Is there even a way to do that? I don't know. So obviously you can have another map underneath it. Like normally what you do is then you'd have another map, and then at this bit it would be hot, at this bit it would be cold, and then you'd apply that to the parts, above on the terrain bit. But then we don't want that because then it'll split the island, which we don't want. So how do we do this? Shit. Paying 45% attention. Can you pay at least 50? I need half the brain. At least half. Hello, Red Panda. Welcome. I don't trust AI with writing actual code, but sometimes if I can't find any resources with DDG, I give it a shot. Yeah, that's another thing. It's so good when the documentation online is so poor, because it can just take the shit documentation and turn it into understandable stuff. Like, I was trying to look up for so long how to do something on Mirror or something, and there was just no documentation anywhere. Oh no, it was Twitter. Since Twitter became X, the documentation has been changed and it's just completely shit. So I was trying to make it like automatically upload to Twitter, and I just reading the documentation was just so bad because so much of it was back when it was Twitter and it was just all over the place. I asked ChatGPT, and it did it in like 30 seconds. I spent 2 hours before that just trying to figure out Twitter's documentation. So like, yeah, it kind of saved me there. So like it does, yeah, definitely have its uses. AI is way better if you don't ask it to do stuff, but instead ask it how it should be done, then ask it to follow its own advice. Yeah, a lot of the time I also just use it to like brainstorm ideas on like how would you go about making this system, like the concept of it, not the actual like literal coding part, just the theory, to help me sort of understand it, and it helps. And then I also ask it like, you know, about other games, existing games. How would I combine this and that if I was to take this aspect of this game and this aspect of this game and put them together? And they'll be like, yeah, you could do it this way, or you could do it this way, or you could do it this way. And like, I probably could have thought of that on my own. It just would have taken an hour or two of thinking. And instead, it just gives it to me immediately, and then I can think, oh, okay, how can I also then tweak this to be a bit more whatever? And it just saves time. That's all. That's all ChatGPT is. It's a time saver, but it's not like a replacer. It just saves us a lot of time. Following up with, why is this solution bad? Yeah. It's funny. You can just tell it, yeah, this is bad, or you did this wrong. You can be so abrupt with ChatGPT and be like, oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, no, I see that now. Let me fix that. I feel kind of bad though when I command ChatGPT. I don't know why. I'm just like, it's wrong. There's still an error because of this, and they're like, oh yeah, there is. I'm so sorry. And then I'm like, oh no, it's alright. It's alright. We all make mistakes. But yeah. I got so confused when Twitch said I have 320 pounds. I was like, man, I wish. I didn't realize it's the channel points. Yeah, sorry about that. Debated. Yeah, but at least you get paid like 50 quid an hour. Or, no, every 15 minutes. So, like, you know, it's a pretty good rate. 200 pounds an hour. I pay good wages. I don't actually have a use of channel points anymore. Well, outside of my VTuberverse app. Like, in this app, I don't have much use for it. Other than being first. I can pay more attention to what you're trying to do. Oh my god. I'm trying to make islands with noise. And the islands have to be contained to a certain biome. I don't actually think this is possible without doing it the way ChatGPT said. I think it knows best. And I think it's right. Because I can't think of a way to always assign a same biome to just... Because all you have is zeros and ones. So unless you combine... something. I don't know. It's just completely shit. I think summarizes Twitter it's quite well nowadays. Yeah, I deleted my Twitter account, my ex account. I don't know what to call it anymore. I deleted that account because it was just too shit. It was just too shit, and I didn't want to be. The only downside is Twitter doesn't let you see other people's posts if you don't have an account. So like, the only downside is I do sometimes miss like an announcement. So like somebody will post an announcement link or something, and I click on it and it's like, oh, you need to create a Twitter account. And I'm like, oh, fuck's sake. So, but hopefully people just move over to Blue Sky. And if not, I guess my loss. Why not take a point that's above water and do a flood fill algorithm to connect themselves? Because it might not always be visible. The map might only be loaded to here, you know, or like here. And yeah, once again, it relies on like pre-existing data to figure it out. And then like, what if somebody is over here and like, everything over here isn't loaded, and then it says this is something different, and then like, yeah, because the map's infinite. It's an infinite map, so like it depends on where you are at any point in time. Does this also mean you will need extra fish that you can fish per biome? Probably. Yeah. I need to get a better system for the fish, because like currently I've set up that they're animated and bouncy from the asset pack, but like if I want to add more fish in the future, that means they have to be rigged and animated as well to, you know, be thematic. So I might just kill the fish, make it so fish aren't pets. Well, fish aren't pets already, but make it so they're not animated. Make it so they're caught dead. Or at least not moving, you know? Wait, so why wouldn't flood fill work? Just make it continue going when the new chunks are loaded. Because, say over here, so say you got a player here, and this player has a radius, and everything inside of here, when you generate the biome, it's like, yep, this is green, green, green. This is forest, and then you do your flood fill, and it fills up to the points, right? And it's that's good. That's fine. But then say you then, I don't know, somebody else is over here, and they can only see this shit, and the algorithm, because we haven't got this deterministic thing that generates it, it's like maybe at this point it's like, okay, no, this is actually a a blossom biome, you know, and then let me flood fill that, you know. That's the problem, because it doesn't have the information of here, because it's this, and like you can't just keep increasing the range because then there's always just going to be cases further on, because it's infinite. So that's the problem. Why they're jelly beans? They're islands. They're islands. Isn't that the point of seeds? Yeah, the seed doesn't determine. Like, yeah, the seed. This will always be the same, and this will always be the same. That's what seeds determine. But like, the problem is we need this to not say it's a cherry biome or any other biome. We need this and this to both say the same thing. That's the problem. But you can't, or at least I can't think of a way to do it without storing the data somewhere. So this might just be a folly thing, and I might just have to make it so there can be multiple biomes per thing. Maybe just make the biome noise generation really big, but then you're not going to get much variety. Like this will all be forest. You know, if you make it really big, and that's just not very exciting. Another solution I have thought of is we just use noise to generate the points where islands start. So we don't actually use noise for the island itself. Which could end up in overlapping islands, so I'm going to have to make it so they definitely spawn spread out enough. But then, yeah, but then the only problem with this is you need to set the radius to quite big, because some islands might be quite big. And if you don't cover the point and you're standing here, but the radius is only this big, then this island won't generate. And you could even be standing on the island and it won't generate if you're outside the radius. But yeah, this could work, because you know, then you get the high points of the noise map, and then you use some other noise to actually generate the shape. They could end up overlapping, but that's why I got to set these far enough apart. That's another solution, kind of. But then, yeah, once again, you got to set the range to pretty large, but then that'll also then just kill your frame rate. Or at least you need to set the radius to bigger than the maximum size the island can be. It's just when it comes to noise, that could be pretty big, and it's unpredictable. Why not make it load the chunks of any connected island? Well, because then it's the infinite problem. You know, if it's, I guess going back to this, loading these chunks, it would have to just keep going until it, you know, didn't detect the island anymore. And also keep going this way until it didn't detect the island. But then it's all based on the point you're at as well, that like someone over here is going to get different information. Yeah, I just can't see it working. I can't wrap my head around the theory. That's why you make a seed map kind of the same like a noise map, but it renders for the first time. It's a flat map image with the color there. But seed map's gonna be like, it'll be like one. It's the same thing. Like it'll be like 1, 1, 1 for forest, and then 2 for thingy biome. But like you'll still have to generate and store this somewhere. And like, I guess that could be quite large because it's just a seed map. But then you need to sort of calculate bounds of an island. How do you do that? You'd have to calculate where so like you've got the data, but then you'd have to, I don't know, loop in a for loop kind of thing, a nested for loop to calculate the bounds and calculate the points inside of it. Like you have to calculate what outlines the island, calculate all the points inside of it, find the one that appears the most, that becomes the dominant one. Oh, is that doable? But then, you know, if you're standing here, your radius has just got to be really big. It's going to get quite laggy, I feel like. Because that's a lot of, like, the larger the radius to cover the size. Because these islands aren't small. And I need the seed map to be small enough to have these nice little off variations, you know. It needs to be quite high fidelity. Because these aren't going to be, like, massively spaced apart. Net similar to how Raft generates land, though it's based on your bot's placement in the world. Or your boat's placement in the world. Yeah, they have separated islands. They have different biomes. Because it feels like in Raft it has the approach I showed where it was like it generates a high point, and it's like an island here. Then it will generate just a random thing around it. Because they're really far, they're spaced really far apart in Raft, aren't they? So there's just a lot of ocean in between them, so there is no worry of overlap. It's just in mine because I want little islands off shooting. Or I'm trying to get little islands off shooting that, like, they probably, yeah, just take the high points of the noise map, generate an island around it randomly. And that's a lot easier. I can't see it, the chat is cut. Oh, yeah, no, I can turn text tags on. But yeah, no, it's cut off at the bottom. I still need to add a 1920 by 1280 bars to push it up. I think there's a setting for it. I don't know if it does it in stream chat though. Let me I'll turn on chat tags. It's a setting. It's not removed. It's just a setting. No sad day. It's a setting. Look, I've turned it on. Now you can do it. Maybe. Assume it doesn't break. Wait, oh god, I need to read these. There's a lot of text. For this, you need to send that data over from the host. No, that's the thing. I don't. It's client side. I'm not letting you guys like edit terrain in any way, so it's always going to be the same. The only thing I do need to sync is the seed, but like that's it. Maybe the offset if I have an offset. But it's all deterministic. It's all the same on every client. So the only data I need to send are the decorations you guys place, and well, they're all net identities anyway, so they're all handled by Mirror. Make it like a throw around and boom type on the edges of an island, so then when someone gets close enough, it sees it. Or am I reading this wrong? A boom. Wait, I assume that's biome. A random biome type on the edges of the island. Well, then yeah, it would then vary on which side of the island you come from. It would then be like one side would be forest, one side would be something else. You don't have to load the terrain data, just the fact that it's an island or not. And you can still render on only the island within the view distance. Ah, these messages were too long ago that I'd forgotten the context. Okay, is nobody going to try red texting now? Come on, Dharma. Come on, Dharma. Do it again, but faster. We need to get to the bottom of this. Or put a \n, which would do a new line, and then push it up more. Wait, can't see it. It's just out of frame. I could also just lower the frame, but nah, I'm not gonna do that. You guys got to earn your text tags. I think that worked for a second. Wait. Okay, I can just do that, I suppose. Yeah, let's see if that works. Check Twitch. Okay, let's see. That's. So you get the data for the area outlined in red, but only render things within the black bars, and the color is the island biome. So is this doing the whole points? You use the noise to get just the centers of the island and then generate them around it. I think it's \n, not /. Or is it? I don't remember. Not exactly. It's still flood fill. Well, then where do you choose the center of the flood? I don't get it. No, it's \n, \n. I gotta go by or have fun. See you, Fox. Hmm. Well, some of them are working. Some of them are not. You flood fill based on the bits inside the black box until you reach the entire island. Just to find the full island itself, then you can assign it a biome or base it on the center once you have every chunk. Eh? I don't get it. What are you saying, man? What are you saying? You flood fill based on the bits inside the black box. Is that a bit? Is that what you call a bit? What do you mean bits? A bit is a pixel. So every pixel's a chunk. So what are these darker bits then? I don't. The highest noise value. Yeah. Hmm. So anything that's when the black box would do a flood fill till it finds all connecting neighbors. What? Okay, what the fuck's a flood fill? Are we talking about the same thing here? What is a flood fill? Flooding determines and alters the area connected. So it just spreads out. Yeah, to its container, and I assume the container is based on noise. Right. So what, you go through this, and then you hit here, and it flood fills to that, and then sets it as what? How does it know which biome? The average position. Okay. Okay, but then what if the black box is, well, no, not copy. So what do you do in this scenario where the black box is like this? It doesn't have it. How do you know? Oh, actually, I guess you've already done that. How do you know this? You reach outside. But then how do you know where it ends? These islands could be massive, or they might not be. Like, then you gotta just keep expanding till you find it. And also, then how do you calculate this position if you don't know where the rest of the stuff is? Like, because if this is the average center, if that's the center of this landmass, but you don't know where this landmass is, you just have to. So you have to calculate the whole landmass, right? Hmm. Container would be based on above or below water. Hence being yep, yeah. You reach out. Hence a red line. You read the information of these chunks, but you don't render them. But you would know the center of the landmass once you find every point. It's under the assumption that islands are not the size of a small planet. Well, they might be. That's the thing. They're not all going to be the same size. There might be some massive ones, like a desert. You know, like a desert might be quite a large, barren island. Whereas you might have just small little ones that are just there is no sort of fixed size really. But I did get your point. I did get the point. This does also seem like quite an expensive algorithm. Because it's an unknown amount of like size that you're going for. Hmm. Hmm. Also, sorry. Hi, clones. Hmm. This is. Also, hi, Matrix. Welcome. Each landmass is a rectangle. Also, high stranded. If each landmass is a rectangle square, remove some parts to create its final shape. Could do. How would we do this? I'm getting little pieces of an idea, but like, still just trying to put it together. Yeah. Not many great solutions again. The per iron thing. Yeah, it is a tough thing. I think there is merit with the whole center of islands thing. So like getting a noise map, finding the high points to determine the centers. Using flood fill for the outline. and then generating the island based on that. It's just going to be a lot of data is what I'm afraid of. Like a lot of unnecessary data being stored. And a big for or nested for loops. Because we need the center to determine the biome, because that's what determines the biome. So wherever this lands on the biome map will be the biome of the whole thing. But is there something with the whole fixed, you know, and then just like stranded suggested? Figuring out how to make island shapes or classifying them as biomes based on groups. Yeah, we're trying to. Well, the making the island shape or like the terrain itself is easy. We're trying to make it so that like the biomes are different per island, using a procedural generation like biome map. Can't help with dev anything, but I can finally help with the sub. Oh, thank you, Drake. Thank you very much. Yeah, tier 1. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How many biomes per island? Only one. That's the hard part. If I just did a normal biome map, it would, yeah, you could have like biomes cutting through multiple per island, but I want one per island. So you get like a desert island or a blossom island or a forest island. You know. You can take the easy way out and just lay another noise map atop the main one, then just allow multiple biomes per island. Yeah, that's the fallback, so like we're not completely lost, but I'd like to see if we can come up with a solution. I think we're almost kind of on one. RNG time. I thought about this a while ago, but how difficult would making a topographical map? Different circles you assign heights to. Anything below, say 0 is water. So if you know those heights, then you can have the date for the rest of the land. Well, that's pretty much how sort of I guess island generation works. Anyway, you have noise that goes between 0 and 1, and just anytime it goes above, 0.7 or something, then you consider that an island. You just make it jot up, continue, and jot down when it drops below. But yeah, it's the biome assigning is the hard part. But yeah, that's pretty much how it works. And obviously you can make it like taper out sort of more smoothly. If it's below, then it's gradual, and then obviously setting like set heights and things. And if you want to make it flat, high point plus flood fill outline RNG plus C to determine biome. Yeah. So okay, I guess the problem is so like I think we've got the rest of the theory down. The problem is, say you're here, you obviously can't render the whole map. It's an infinite map, so you have to just render the things around you. How do we optimize it without having to make this ridiculously large? Like, is there a way we can just get the nearest high points without having to do like a for loop every single frame or every time we move a chunk, or a nested for loop? Like, we need these points. That's what we need, and then we can just generate the island. That's fine. Because then we just do flood fill. Never actually coded flood fill before, but this will be the first. We can obviously optimize that in a coroutine so it doesn't do it all at once. Generates the I guess per chunk. there's something wrong with just random biomes. Is it based off of something? Well, no, they are just. It's going to just choose a random biome. I might, do a bit like temperature maps of hot and cold, so it's a bit more consistent. So you don't have like deserts next to like snow islands, but yeah, mostly random. I think that getting every point of an island that you need to render is the best possible solution. That's noise maps. Yeah, I could obviously just make it, only render 100 or one line at a time or something in a big radius. But then again, we also don't want it rendering islands at miles away. So we need to somehow. Well, I guess we could just limit. It's not going to be hard coded to prevent this. You just got to not do this, but like make it so islands aren't that big. Make the threshold pretty high. And maybe there'll be one or two edge cases where like the center of the map will be at a corner and the rest of the island will be like this, and it's just out of range. So, but then you move one step and then it like renders this bit all at once. But like, yeah, because the center of the island isn't necessarily the center of the island. The pivot point is it's just wherever the highest point of the noise was, but that doesn't necessarily mean it falls off quickly. It could be very gradual fade out. It's noise. Anything can happen. The next 3 billion blocks in each direction. Yep. Could do. To be honest, I was looking at there's the Minecraft algorithm does, instead of, you can do for loops instead of just going like this and like this, it does it outwards like in a spiral. And you just have to calculate these locally once. This is minus 1 0. That's minus 1 1. Store those, then just apply it to your. So you don't have to generate this giant grid, or like you don't have to generate the points list once. It stores that. That could work. A lower res version of the noise map, but you still need to loop over it. True, that could work. But then lower res, you might miss some. And then once you get close, then they render. If I just make it a really low res, though, that could work. If this is only a 10 by 10 grid, and then split that up once you've got the point, that could optimize it pretty well. You don't have to render it, but you have to get the information about it. Yeah, it's still just a lot of information. Because eventually it will just eat up your RAM. Make the inability to know what the biome the island is to load it to. What? Oh, make it a feature. That is true RNG, I guess. How much I think of the water needs a biome as well. Yep. Don't get me started on that. Maybe, I think for that, I'm not going to make. I think I'm going to make all of this just water. And then on the islands themselves, have another, like a lake generation map that will generate little pockets inside the island that will have, your special water. I think that's the solution for that. Just because, yeah, then yeah, if we had different types of water, had like a deep ocean here, that would be. Then again, some islands could just be a deep ocean island that like isn't actually terrain; it's just water, but slightly above the default water. So that's more easily solvable, I guess. Pretend the map isn't randomly generated. Yeah, I could also do a preset island thing, so it's not actually procedural generation. Could do. It's always an option. That's probably how Raft does it. They just have a lot of islands that you can choose from to make it seem random. Yes, we kind of got a loose idea for a thing. Yeah. So solution is low res noise map with high points to determine the centers, and then once you have the high points, do a higher res noise map to flood fill around that center point, and use the center point as the biome that it will be filled with. And the radius can be, I guess, larger if it's a low res. Yeah, I think that works. See, we have somehow collectively come to an idea. Also, just realized this thing has been open this whole time. Let's do that. Be gone, chat. Be gone. I'm gonna leave tags on just so you guys can, you know, fuck around. But I think that's an idea, or loosely somewhat an idea. The only problem is it doesn't really work. We're gonna have to create a whole new script for that. It doesn't work with our current system. Our current system's just like, yeah, just I have a point X, Y, give me the biome and the height at that point. So now we're gonna have to, oh god, probably do something, an update here or something. Store the data, and then when it generates, it just gets it from the X and the Y. Oh god, yeah, two conflicting systems. It's a shame we can't just get the X and the Y and just have it give us a thing. That'd be so much easier. We have to do some shenanigans, flood fill bullshit. Unless there is unless there's another way. Let me just one last brain fart this. Sorry, leave. What the fuck is that message? Make a sigil island and assing it a material is airy. You know, you should sometimes just like take just 1 second, maybe even 2, just to like read the sentence that you just wrote. Just yeah. Heads up. Randomly generate the islands and then place them in random locations because of overlap. If there's a massive island generating and then a little island, then like... Yeah, unless they're really far apart, but that's the thing, I don't want them to be really far apart. I want these islands to be quite close together so you can just bridge between them. Like, there are no boats or anything. Sorry, I'm playing robots. Oh, that explains the melted brain. So yeah, it's just because they're going to be quite close together and you don't want a desert map just out-wevering a little island. Making a single island with a size limiter. A size limit is easy, and assigning a biome, saving the prefab, then placing it at a random point with a max distance. Yeah. Okay, yeah. But I kind of want to do a procedural one. Like, all of it procedural. Because then it's easy to like, because then you've just got a grid of things. that you can just reference to get the biome that you're in, so it can change post-processing and audio. Oh, tricky problem. Like even ChatGPT is just like, no, you need a fixed size. Well, actually, I didn't actually like look at ChatGPT's code. What did it say we should do? So it should be like that. Random based on the seed. Go through the chunk size. The size of each chunk. Gets noise and a gradient to make it an island. Biomap is forest, and then it assigns. Okay, so it generates all the chunks in the radius, the chunk size. So it's a chunk of chunks. Then it assigns the biome, which does the same thing, goes through, says what's been visited. And if it hasn't been visited and the height map is greater than the threshold of the land, so it is an island, then it creates a list. That's a lot of lists it's making. Oh, and it flood fills. Right. So this is pretty much the same idea. And then gets the biome based on something. How have I just... Okay, okay, and then sets it, and then the flood fill does that. A queue. Gets the neighbors. If it hasn't visited, then it adds it to the queue. It says it's been visited. Wait, it determines the biome through this. Random dot next. That's not going to work though. It works if the center's the same every time, but it doesn't. If it's just using random dot next. Yeah, that's not going to work. Make a single item with it. Oh wait, no, I read that already. Oh god, this is draining my brain. But sometimes you gotta do these things, even though they're not that fun. You gotta push through. Flood fill. Well, yeah, this doesn't use like a. It doesn't get the point, you know. It just gets the first thing it finds that is land, which is what Leaf was saying. But then that doesn't account for like the biome thing doesn't work if you're in a different position. This is all just assuming it's coming from the same origin point, probably 0, 0 or something. So like, yeah, we'd have to combine this system with determining the biome that's going to be set to all these things that we're flood filling, because it's just, yeah. But like, imagine doing this every single frame. There's so many nested for loops inside of nested for loops and new lists. It's just so ugly and unoptimized. This game is going to use a lot of RAM. And just throwing a while loop just you know, to have the possibility of crashing the whole game. That's always good. So how does the flood fill know when to end? Yeah, because this doesn't know. I guess because it doesn't care what the biome is. It can just fill until it reaches the edge. And then sets the biome to whatever. I need some water. I gotta hydrate for this kind of problem. Okay, so let's just what are our solutions? What are our options? We can high points. Flood fill. I cannot write with a mouse. We can high points. Prefab. Honestly, this one actually might just be better. Because then I can custom design islands. Like a mountain island. That could have a lava thing. Just make a couple of those. It obviously get quite repetitive, but like people are what customize the islands. You don't really need to design them that much because people will like populate them, put their own decorations and stuff that spice it up. So I do quite like that idea. The only problem is overlapping islands, so we'd need to set like a max radius. We could have no, because like what if you have an island here, and because they're quite close together, you want to generate these all fairly close. It's not a way to like. I could just put a theoretical limit, just like don't make islands bigger than like a 10 by 10 radius or whatever. So then they don't overlap. But I don't think there's a way to enforce that through noise, because noise is just random. And plus I do just kind of want to do procedural. Procedural is more fun, because then you never know what you're going to get. Oh, God. Okay, I think I don't want to do flood fill, because then I'm going to have to create a new system, and I don't really want to have to create a new system. I want to use my current system. I don't want to use a prefab one either, because that's, yeah, not random. And, yeah. So, to do this, I'm going to have to go to my fallback. Multiple biomes. Per island. Or at least have the potential for that. Might not always happen. Depends how big I set the radius to. Okay, what about this? What if we have a big grid? And this is what sort of determines where islands can be. So, like, this would be an island. This would be an island. Like this, and this is, you know, this will generate an int for the biome. That's biome 1, that's biome 2. But then we only go for ones that have high points on a smaller noise map. So if this one has a high point there, then yep, that does it. This one has a high point there, that does it. And then we use a third one to determine the sort of height and the fall off. Obviously falls off further towards the edge it goes. You can do is if you do a center out flood fill and just limit it. It's all just too it's too complicated because it fucks with my current system. Because I mean I might not even stick with this whole different biome per island thing. So I don't want to like scrap my whole system just because of this one design choice. Yeah. Okay. We'll just make sure it can't go bigger than that. And then we just, instead of chunk loading the chunks individually, the ones that these islands are made up, we chunk load based on this. So that'd be quite easy to do. Oh no. Would it be easy to do with my system? Instead of this X and Y being the individual chunk, it would be this thing. No. Well, no. Well, yes. So yeah, these things are made up of, yeah, obviously the smaller chunks. Right. So if you're trying to get this one, it will first off start by getting this, the big one, by like rounding to the nearest whatever grid size. It'll be like, okay, does this have a high point in it? Goes through. We could store this somewhere in the script as well, just for optimization. Goes through. It's like, yep, is there a high point? There is. Cool. We'll generate an island. Then it'll get relative to this where it is, in this case at the top left, and the top left out of, well, the distance from the center. If it's further away, it'll have obviously reduced the noise value that it generates. Okay, I think I found a solution, boys. I think this is it. I think I've got it. The only thing this limits is that it's on a grid, and islands can only be so big. But if I make the grid big enough and I add like a modifier to each biome based on how far out it can expand, and obviously they're going to be kind of more grid based, but like if you didn't see the grid, you wouldn't really know that there's a grid. Oh hell yeah! Okay, yep. I've solved it. I've fucking solved it. Well, I say that now. Quote me in 10 minutes. All right, let's actually do this now. But before that, I need to piss. Oh. Okay. I'm ready. I am so goddamn ready. Oh, sometimes my own genius. It astounds me. Right. First of all, let's sort this out. No, no. No, why are you shuffling? No shuffle. There you go. Okay. So, step 1. Yep, do all that. We need a method. Private bool has island. We also need to do private const int. What do we call the chunks? What's bigger than a chunk? A giga chunk size. A group. A chonk. Holy shit, you're actually a genius. A chonk size, which can be 100. We also need private dictionary vector to int bool, just so we don't always have to calculate this. Chonk lookup. Vector to int chonk position if chonk lookup dot contains chonk position equals true, return true. No, return chonk lookup chonk position. Yeah, it's a chonk. I'm just happy I actually contributed something to the stream. No, it's good. It's good. It's very good. Then we need to so if we don't have it saved, how do we tell if it has an island? So we convert the chonk. If it's 0, 0, or if it's 1, 1, that'll be 100, 100. So vector to int start equals chonk position times chonk size. So that'll be 100, 100, 200, 200 for all the things. You need to then get them. We need a noise map. Private noise. Let's call this chonk noise. Yes. I bet the stream continues. Yeah, I've figured it out. Hence the change in music and tone. I know what I'm doing now. It's nice. X equals start.x. X is less than start.x plus chonk size. There we go. Y is equal to start.y. Less than start.y plus chonk size. Yes. This is a great thing to listen to, right? What is chonk? A chonk is a collection of chunks. It's big chonkus. Alright. Then we get the float the noise equals chonk noise dot get the noise at x, y. Right. Fitting name. Right. There's a stroke of genius on Synth's part. He was staring me in the face, you know. So we get the noise. Then we need a threshold for the private float chonk threshold. We'll make it like 0.9, so it has to be pretty high up because we just want the peak. And if the noise is greater than or equal to the chonk threshold, if there's any bright spot in this entire chunk that is above the threshold, we go chonk, not chunk, very bad Finn, at the chonk position, set that shit to true. Otherwise, if none of these are higher, then we would chonk lookup dot add chunk position false. Oh, and also need to return there. And here, return false. All right. Step 1 complete. Now we can check if the chunk, and this is a chunk. This square here is a chunk. We check if that has an island in it. If it doesn't, it doesn't do nothing. If it does, we are going to generate an island. Right. And we need a way to get the like an integer. Well, I guess get a biome. Private biome get biome based on the vector2 int position or chunk position. So we're going to want to have private biome all biomes. Actually, we'll make this a list because some biomes we actually don't want to add to this. All biomes. Knew that. Is awake used? It's not. Cool. Or for each biome in resources.load all biome in the biomes folder. If biome.is generatable is true, then we go all biomes to add a biome. Some biomes are just for like testing and stuff. All right. Chunk is very noisy. Very. Single piece of code. I can understand the if statement. Hell yeah. At least you understand some. It's good. Oh, what, do you want mod for that? Does not happen often, I see. So we need to... okay, I might use ChatGPT for this one. Write me a method that takes a vector to int and converts it to an int using a seed. Someone modding byte world for some reason. Imagine. Okay, is that it? Can I just yoink that? Yeah, it's some weird like hash shit. I don't really know how hashes work, so yeah, don't need no comments. Don't need to understand this. So seed, int seed, chunk position x and y. Wait, what is this return? Yeah, it's an int. Private int get seed based on the position of the chunk. And that's the map seed. So this is like a chunk seed, but we need the map seed as well. Int chunk seed equals get seed, seed chunk position. And then with this seed, we return all biomes resource dot random between 0 and all biomes dot count with a seed of the chunk seed. And that's how we get our biome. Okay. In which case here, if we have the item, we also need to get the biome. Has it been 10 minutes already? Goddamn. Well, I haven't actually got to the, you know, the end bit. Instead of a bool, we'll make this a biome. And it'll just be null if we don't have anything. Let's see. Biome equals null. Biome equals that. Return biome is not equal to null. Biome equals get biome. Seed. Do we not? Int seed. No, wait, shit. Biome equals get biome seed. chunk position. Then we add that to this. Otherwise, we add to null. And then we go. Okay. Biomes is not equal to null. Wait, this has lyrics? I don't remember this song ever having lyrics. God damn. It's been 10 minutes, so I've quoted you. Okay, what? Not literally 10 minutes. God damn it. Whenever I run into a problem, quote me. That one is literal. This music doesn't really match what's going on. This music is matching my spirit right now. This is my motivation. No one outside the stream is going to get the chonk reference. You had to be here. Chonk's a thing, right? That's already a thing. I don't know what's used to describe something chunky. I guess it's the same thing. You invented the term chonk. It's a fact now. I see. Well, glad I could be the origin. Alright, let's do this. We don't actually need... Well... If has island at x start... No, seed. New that. X start. Y start. Out biome. Equals true. Then we can just... Well, we need to calculate the height. And then biome map x... No. Yeah? Wait, this is generating a chunk, right? Wait, is this chunk? Wait, what is this generating? This is generating chunks, isn't it? X. No, it's generating per... Wait, what am I doing? Wait, what is this? This... I need to remember how my system works. Jesus. Yeah, this is generating a whole... Oh, yeah, right, sorry. The whole chunk and chonk thing is just like... So this is a chunk, yeah. We're generating a chunk which is in part of a larger thing. Yeah. Okay, so it's not actually x start. This is wrong. We need to round this to the nearest chunk size. So, like, chunks are 16 by 16. Which means one chunk thing is 16 wide. Oh, God, maths. So, if we're generating a chunk... I need to pause this. I need to think now. Wait. It's usually just right. Fat animals. Oh, yeah, it is, right? Yeah. Well, now it's fat chunks. A collection of chunks. I'm not regretting it. I need silence just so I can, like, figure the maths out on this. Because I need to scale it. So we're checking, this is chunk position, or chonk position. No, it's not a problem. This is just me working. A problem is, like, as in, like, the concept of this whole thing isn't working. That's a problem. This isn't a problem. This is me figuring out just how to make this. So how do we get the chonk position from a chunk position is what I'm saying. So we need... So, yeah. I think it should just be as simple as just rounding to the nearest 100. I think I'm just overthinking it. Chonk position equals new that. Mathf.round to int with the x start... Yeah. I think it's only going to become like get more confusing when we get to the height map part. Because the x start is the chunks position. Okay, so there's chunks, and then there's tiles inside of those chunks. There's like 3 layers to this. So I just need to make sure I'm doing the right thing. Divided by, let's just do Because X star is in chunks. We just don't want it to make it so the tiles are converting to chunks. We need to make chunks convert to chunks. That divided by that. Oh, these are in, so I need to float this. Times chunk size. Math f dot round to int y start divided by chunk size. That's just continuous. Times chunk size. Okay. We'll just have to see what this comes up with. Debug.log chunk position. And the biome map at x star y star. Oh wait, no, shit. Biomap is in tiles, not x star y star is in chunks. Hey, 3 hours. Let's go. So we need to go for x is x star. X is less. Well, actually, I can just yoink this from this. Like that. There we go. So we go through the height map, and we set the biome. Well, the biome map is just going to be the same for all of them, isn't it? X, Y equals the biome that we just got from the island. So then the height, we can just set it to some bullshit for now. We'll just do island noise. Height map x y equals that dot get noise at x y. Oh, we're gonna have to like do x star plus y star, aren't we? Yeah. Cool. We can use the pounds for just the first to join thing. Use them mostly in my other thing that I stream, my VTuber thing. Not really used in this project that I'm currently in. But yeah, my next one. Or, not my next one, my other one. Yeah, it's got loads. So like, I'll keep them around. Because I'm going to swap between... I'm mostly going to do like Bytewad stuff. But occasionally I'll go back to VTuberverse stuff. Which I still need a better name for that. Maybe just Findustriverse? VRverse? I don't know. It needs a proper name. And we'll do has vertices is true, just, yeah, by default. Okay. So let's see if this does something. It just gets the noise. We might need like an amplitude or something. Private float amplitude. Just so we can like scale them up a bit so we can actually see them. There. Okay. The Findustrialism. I'm gonna leave again. Bye, pigs. The Finverse. Yeah, I thought the Findustriverse at one point, but it was a bit of a mouthful. Okay, please don't crash. Okay. So it's generating stuff. Wait. Oh, fuck. Oops. Okay. Let's see how this goes. This isn't generating every frame, is it? No, good. Alright. Let's try this. Okay. So this is the core concept starting to come through. So you can see there's chunks. 1, 2, 3, 4 by the looks of it. They're 100 each, but these are only 16 wide, so like it doesn't exactly line up. But you're starting to get the gist, right? So like, well, just to explain for those that don't. Okay, what's this song? This is shit. So what's happening right now is actually let's get rid of the stuff we don't need. So like the world is split into chunks now. These chunks are obviously quite big. The islands are definitely not going to be this big. But that's one chunk there. Oh, actually, let's do. Oh no, so this is a chunk. Right, this is a chunk. There's another one over here, but that goes off screen. There's another one down here. That goes off screen. And there's another one down here. That goes off screen. Right? Remember when you said I'd get friend requests? Does Sniper Creeper sound familiar? No, that's not them. If you get anyone called Talua, Quabina, those are the usual aliases. We have a physical representation of a chonk. It can now be an official currency in some countries. Exactly. Yeah, this is a chonk. This yellow outline stuff. Let's make it a bit dark. It's hard to see. Let's make this black actually. So make it Pirate Software-esque. So, and then these chunks are then subdivided into chunks, which is like that. And this is like one thing that's rendered. This is another thing. So like the render distance is this is what that's controlled by. These are like loaded and unloaded based on how far away you are from them. And then inside of these are all split up into this is 16 by 16. So then we have like I guess tiles or whatever you want to call them. And there's 16 of those, and that's the thing that we need to generate height for. Those smaller tiles. But yeah, we need to make it so like. First of all, you see it's generating right up to the edge. You see, it's like not fading off. So we need it to fade off. Oh, first of all, actually, we need to make it so they're all generating. We need it to be like, I don't know, maybe this one generates and then these two don't. Or maybe all of them should. I could set the threshold to be like fairly high, but then, actually, yeah, because like if you've got an island here. If there isn't one here, then you definitely want here, but there might not be. So maybe I should definitely generate one in every chunk. It's going to look a bit like a grid. So yeah, the problem here now is we need to figure out how to get small islands. So they're not all the same size. So I think generate one in every grid, but just not all of them be massive. You know? Generation range slide in the settings, maybe. Oh, no. It's more like, yeah, no, I definitely generate one per tile. So we don't actually need a threshold check anymore. Because every chunk is going to have a chunk. We just need to know what biome is in each one. In which case... That's all we need. That is all we need. Right? That just tells us the biome. Okay. And then we need, I think in the biomes themselves, we need to have settings for like the noise value and stuff that like generates. They're all going to they need to maybe have like a center. So in this, depending on, we need another grid of numbers. So instead of, one to however many biomes, we have another number that's like 1 to 100. And like 100 is a big island and 0 is a small island. Or maybe, no, it needs to generate the center. We need a center point. Maybe. Yeah, we need a center point. And then based on the noise that we get, just the further away it is, the more it falls off. And also the closer it is to the edge of the thing, it also falls off. So distance from edge and distance to... Or distance from center and distance to edge are going to be factors in how high up the terrain is. Right. God, this is a very complex system. But also kind of simple, but also kind of complex. Okay. Let's just stop this then. Wait, chunk position. 0, 100. Oh, wait a sec. Chunk position should not be 100. Why are you 100? Oh, wait, I don't need to multiply. That's just getting to the closest 100. We need it just to the closest 0, 1, 2. Okay, let's see how this goes. Play. Okay. So that's, yeah, some more chunks. Good. So now we need to get the terrain generation to just be a bit bigger. So we'll turn on debugging. We'll go here. We'll go... Don't need chunk noise anymore. Increase, you know, that. Why doesn't it render the floor, though? Interesting. Here. Oh, it's only things greater than 0, isn't it? Yeah, it has to be greater than 0. Anything less than is water. Okay. That's fine. Okay, so we've got the island noise. Now we need... Now let's just do some sort of fall off. So, to do that, we just take the center of the island, calculate the distance. Pretty much. I'm gonna head out, have fun, pro infinite. Bye, Leaf. Okay, so let's do a new variable. Call this one noise. And get rid of land. And we'll call this private float fall off. Actually, no, wait. I know, okay. It's not how far away, it's... How are we going to do this? So if you have... If you have a point, so you have the grid. And you have a point inside the grid. Say at sort of, I don't know, 10, 10. That's going to be pretty falling off. We got one at 50-50. So that's going to have 0 fall off. That's going to be strong. That's going to have probably 0.8 fall off. And like 1 is going to have complete fall off. So how do we do that based on the coordinates? It's going to be its distance away from 50-50. So that's going to be, well, 30 away. No, what? 40 away. 40. So I guess it's 40 out of 50 on the X and Y, which gets us our, 4 out of 5, 0.8. But we also need it in both directions. Okay. So then how we do that is... Well, first we get the vector to int center equals... Right, okay, this is going to be... So we need to get the chunk position to the nearest. Well, we get the bottom left corner equals that math f dot floor to int. We need to round it to the nearest 100. So if it's like at 120, we need to get 100, 100, and then we can do 120 minus 100 gets us the 20, which is relative to the 20 out of 100. Right? So, also, do we want an animation curve to fall off or just a solid rate? We probably want an animation curve. But I'll deal with that later. Alright, okay. I'm getting the theory now. So the bottom left is x start divided by chunk size. Is it chunk size? Yeah. Times chunk size. Math f dot. Oh, we don't want a floor. We just want a round, I think. No, we want a floor. Because then things above 50/50 will... yeah. Get rounded up. So that's the bottom left. Vector to difference. Oh no, I guess local would be new this. No. We'll need this inside the x start plus x, y start plus y. And then we have to minus the bottom left, minus the bottom right. Oh no, bottom left dot y and x. This song is shit. Yeah, that's local. So that'll be 20 out of 100. And then to get our vector to our float x fall off equals, we need our center is just going to be vector to int center equals new that chunk size divided by 2 chunk size divided by 2. Alright, so our fall off is going to be need to math f dot abs it being our local, which is 20. Oh no, I guess our center dot x minus the local x, so that'll get the difference. Our 40 there. That's the difference between the center and the point. And that out of the total chunk size. Right. The same for the y. Guess we can multiply together. Float fall off equals x fall off times the y fall off. And that's going to be on a scale of I guess 0 to 1. It's a very massy stream. 0 to 1. And that we then multiply with the rest. And let's see, wait, the fall off is going to be, so if it's a bigger number, let's just have a look at this again. So if we've got the 10, 10, so the local, this is local. 10, 10 is local. Then we do 50 minus 10, 10. Gets us our 40. And 40 out of, it's going to be trunk size divided by 2, isn't it? 40 out of 50, not 40 out of 100. Divided by 2. And that will get us what number? So if we did 40 out of 50, that gets 0.8. So we need actually 1 minus 0.8 to get 0.2. And that's what the 0.2, and then it becomes 0 later on. Let's try that. We can obviously put an animation curve to make it a bit more smoother, so it doesn't just go like a linear slope down. You just type the same thing on 2 lines, that's a thing. It's, it's X and Y. Slight difference. it makes, like, obviously you could just put it on 1 line. Replace that with that, but like, it's easier to like read, you know? It's good programming practice to make your code readable. At least for me it is, because then it helps figure out where the problems are. Okay. Now how's this looking? Well, let's just turn that on. Do that. Okay. Is that working? Not really. Okay, it's doing it per chunk. Hold up. What is it doing? What the fuck are you doing? Okay, that's not quite worked. Now I gotta figure out why. Looked like you were typing in real time on the 2 lines. Oh yeah, you can do that. You can if you hold Alt and Shift, you can do multiple lines. You know. Little tidbit for you. Okay, so what am I getting wrong here? It's going to be like chunk size or like relative chunkness. Let's actually change the settings a bit. So we scale this up a bit more. Do something like that. Paste. Okay, so where's this going wrong? We've got the island chunk position. Center. Bottom left is X start. X start's going to be like... I wish there was an easy way to test this, but there isn't really. So we're generating a chunk, right? That's what we're generating in this method. Every day I find new reasons to like my IDE. Yeah, no, Visual Studio's pretty good. Does a lot of... It helps you out a lot, you know? There's a lot to love about it. That's probably why it's like one of the most popular. Lots of shortcuts and things that you just, you know... Which one do you use? X start, or Y start. So that rounds it to... I'm in automation, so I have to use a TIA portal. Ew. It sounds gross. This doesn't have a dart mode. Ew. Double ew. That is gross. Okay, let's try... the debug size just being 1. This is probably going to just lag me out. Probably won't be able to run this every frame, but there. I can live with that. It's primarily ladder logic and SCL. I don't know what either of those words means. I'm but a humble game developer. Okay. Generate the bottom corner. Do I make this 10? No, what's 16? 100 divided by 16. Alright, about 6. Maybe 7 for good luck. Yeah, I'm a simple game dev. I don't understand many computing terms outside of that. There's a reason I didn't go into like actual computer science. It's because I hate the terminology. It sucks. Okay. Lots of zeros, zeros, 1 0. Okay, so these are all the chunks. This makes sense. I'm not seeing anything higher than like 1 1. Why is that null? Oh, that's fine. It's just mirror. Oh, Unity being a bitch. So yeah, 1 1 is the max because that's over here. This one's this is in the 1 1 territory. That's 0 0 territory. Okay. Printing 49 times, so that is manageable. So, okay, so the chunks is fine. Chunk position's not what's wrong. Let's try this. Debug.log chunk position. Why does that not? What? Oh, chunk. Sorry, chunk. I forget. Ah, okay. That's the only downside. Chunk and chunk look very similar. Chunk position or chunk position. That is with the center of that, and then well, center's just going to be the same every single time. Let's try that. And also, actually, wait. We don't need the center. That's just 50 and 50. X start, Y start. Okay, let's try it out. In automation terms, programming for kindergartners. Ah, that's probably why I don't understand it. That is out. That is above my league, above my pay grade. Okay. So 0 0. 0 0, yep. 0 0, 0 16. Okay. So 16 is the Y. 16 plus 0. So it's, I think that's talking about this. Not like one of the, or the one that's there. This is 0 0. 16 16 is there. So that as 0 0. Wait, they're all rounding to 0 0. The bottom left. X start. Huh. Why are they all rounding to 0? Surely these, the ones that are like a bit further away, surely these would round to... Is this, oh, this is at 64. Wait a second. How big are these chunks? Are we like... Oh, hold on. Hold on a second. It's just if and for loops, basically. Nothing really extra. Ladder logic is a visual program to simulate what you read on electrical prints. SCI is basically text-based ladder logic. Looks a lot like base C. It still sounds way too fancy for me. I understood some of those words. Okay, I think I see a problem, which is... I think I'm not actually seeing... I'm seeing like one corner of a thing. Okay. That's interesting. So this is going... It's only going up to 64. The chunk size is not 100. At most it's like 5. The chunk size is in... The chunk size isn't in chunk space. It's in tile space. But then it's not even. This only goes up to 64. What's going on? Is it the biomes? Maybe this is the biomes is just fucking up. So we get the chunk position here. Passed in from there. Just passed in from there. 0011's, you know, like the works. Why is this doing this? It's only going up to 64. So which is 4 chunks. Each one of these is 4 chunks wide. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. These should be 100 chunks, not 4. So why that? So is it because of this? I need to. Okay, yeah. So this is in tile space, and we're converting it directly to chunk space. Right. But chunk space is measured in chunks, not tiles. So how do we convert tile space into chunk space? We need to do chunk size times chunk size. I think that's where we're going wrong. Let's just actually create an int for that, just in case we need it later. Tiles per chunk equals that. And instead of that, we do that. And we do that. Okay, that should generate the biomes now to be 100. Even though we actually don't want them to be 100, but just for testing purposes. I gotta head out. Not sure if I'll be back before stream ends. Good coding with you, Stash. I shall do my best. We'll see. Yeah, this should all be one color now. If my brain is correct, this should all be one color. Hell yeah. Yep, because I made chunks 100 chunks wide. But anyway, yeah, thank you for coming by, Sid. Okay. So let's actually reduce this to like 5 chunks per chunk. Adios, amigo. Actually, we can just make this const int tiles per chunk. Place those. Alright, well, yeah, we'll set the chunk size to 5 chunks. Chunks per chunk. $16 tiles per chunk. Okay. Okay, well that's interesting. I think the fall off is kind of working now, but like not as I wanted it to. I'm not even sure what I'm looking at there. Okay, progress, but yeah, it's generating the right chunk size now. Now we got to figure out why this isn't doing this. So let's have a look at what it was doing. So 15. What's bottom left? X start, which is in tile space. Yeah, we need to get the tiles per chunk again. Just replace, round it to the nearest that. The center's that, that's fine. Yeah, it's all this tile chunk conversion is just very confusing. Okay. We've got like a smidgen of something. Right. nice if we could actually see what the clone or the chunk name is. So let's see. Name equals chunk plus xpos plus that plus cpos plus that. So these are doing what? 0, 0, 0, 80, 80, 80. Why is that 80? Is it every 8? 5? Every chunk is 80 tiles. Okay. 5 times 16. So every 80 tiles... That's the bottom left. X start being... Yeah, that's fine. Like 80 minus 80 would be 0, yep. That's the nearest thing. So if that's it rounding... Then it goes through and it does the fall off. Fall off being... Okay, let's see if we can do this in a nice way. If x start equals 0 and y start equals 0, debug.log. Oh, what the hell? How did I get there? Let's just debug the local minus the center. Or like what it would look like, that calculation. Change this back down to a nice respectable 10. That should be a 2x2 grid of chunks. Okay. So what's this say now? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And that's the local. Up to 16. It's all up to 16. And that says 0, 0. That's fine, right? Yeah. Let's try 1, 1. Oh, wait, 2, 2. Hold up. 2, 2. Centers 2, 2. Shit. Wait, yeah, the center is tile based. Ay. Okay, maybe that'll work. Okay, there's just not a lot of anything. Why isn't this X start and Y start triggering? What the hell? X start is the tile position, is it not? Y start. Oh, is this the Man of Steel? Oof, what a banger. Damn, I should probably go eat at some point, but I don't really want to quit. I mean, I can always come back to this, but I want to get this done in one stint. I am determined. Alright. They're not in, Right, okay, so this, when you generate X start and Y start are the bottom left corners of chunks, not tile position. There we go. Eats for the week, right. But then again, it is a steak. And I do like a steak. Oh, see, chat is so much more manageable when it's not moving. True champions starve to finish their tasks. Yeah, tell me about it. Tell me about it. Right. So this is the bottom left in tile space. In tile space. I just need to remember like what everything means. It's probably more descriptive with my variable names. Okay, so if this is the bottom left plus that, that just gets it in world space. Let's say bottom left being... Fuck it, this is probably going to print so much shit, but oh well. X start plus X plus that plus Y start. Y start plus Y. Need to watch Man of Steel again. It's a nice comfort film. Okay. So I should see what it's going through. Debug size. Actually, I'll keep it 10. Bow down. Wah, wah. Okay, yeah, that's a lot of debugging. It's 0 through to 16, 0, 1. Yeah, it's going through all of them. So, let's check again. If x start equals 0 and y start equals 0, it's in tile space. Let's do that. So if this is 0, 0, then we go through each of the whatevers. Equals equals. X fall off. Y fall off. Fall off. Equals equals. Height map. X, Y. Because that's in local space. That's good. Okay. Now what's it going to say? Okay. So at 0, 0. The X fall off is 16. Wait, what? The X fall off is 16. That's not right. So yeah, the X fall off should not be that. X fall should be between 0 and 1. So I think I found our problem. That's way too high. Unless well, it's out of 16. So if I divide by 16, it's in chunk space. It's chunk size. Right, chunk size. Chunk size. This. Stupid. Need to replace every single per chunk with tiles per chunk. Damn it. Ah, I'm stupid. Okay, is that going to work? Question mark. That should be between 0 and 1 now, maybe? Yep, it's between 0 and 1. Nice. Okay. Next question is, why isn't it actually tapering off? So if it's 0 at 0, 0... Wait. It's not 0 at 0, 0. Is it? Is that 0? Is it just really... Is it actually tapering off and I just can't tell? But it's not. No way. That just looks like normal curves. Okay. Okay. Minuses. Oh, thank you for the follow, Scotty. How you doing? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. We're trying to do some procedural generation today. Success-wise, not great, but we're kind of getting there. I'm trying to make it so between the different colors, it like tapers down. But for some reason, it isn't, even though like theoretically it should. Wait, is this because it's half a chunk? No, wait, these are full chunks, aren't they? Okay, I need to do some testing, but for that I gotta comment out this, otherwise it will lag me to hell. You're rolling up your own world gen engine. Trying, if I guess if you call it that. Yeah, I'm trying to make islands. So the plan is to make some islands. It's a bit. I guess we'll just have to. Yeah, I'm trying. I've done a little bit of world gen in the past, but this is definitely as far as I've ever taken it. Okay, so if we debug and we go here. Yeah, it's not really doing anything. Or maybe it is and I just can't tell. Because right here, it should be panning down. This is interesting. Because it's saying here, it's saying, yeah. It's saying it's 0. Hello, Void. How you doing? How you doing? I just gotta figure this out. Come on, Finn. Use that big brain. Like, I'm looking at a lot of these values. They're all quite low. Oh, but then again, it gets scaled up by like 7. Like here, 0. Like, it gets bigger the further in it gets. And then smaller the closer to... Okay, I've got an idea. I'm going to add an offset. Just so we can see the whole thing. Let's just do 10. Just because I made it so it doesn't show anything below 0. Just to save. Because then normally, well, in the previous thing I did, that's how it rolled. Equals that. Plus that. Okay. Guess this is going to reveal all. Theoretically. Okay. Right. It's not really... It's still not. Because each chonk, as I've called them, is one... Wait, hold up. Why is this only 3? It's meant to be 5. Unless... Oh, okay. So yeah, that's... Okay. This is a bad indicator. I need to actually be using this. Yeah, it should be 5 wide, like that. And 5 tall. Which means that the boundary is there, but yeah, that's definitely not doing anything. And like here, at this boundary, I think this is the more important one. That should taper down there, but it doesn't. Taper down to 0. So why don't you? Let's see, what chunk is this? 112, 0. 112, 0. Let's see. Tell me your problems. Tell me your woes. This is giving me Battlefield vibes. I kind of want to listen to the Battlefield 5 trailer music. Okay, so at 0, 0 on this, it's 8. It's 0.8. That's bad. Why are you that? So 112, 0. Yeah. Which is that point down there. That's 112, 0. The X fall off is 0.2. The Y fall off is 1. Which then means the result is 0.8. No, wait, X fall off, sorry. X fall off is what? Wait. X fall off is 0.2. Which is fine. That's fine. Oh no, it's down here. Like there's a point here. So 0.2 is fine. It's at here it should be 0. At here it should be 1. At here it should be 0. So that's 0.2 makes sense. For about there. But then 1. It's 1 on the y-axis. That should be 0. I think. Because 1 should be in the middle, not at the edge. 1 is like, yeah. How close you are to the center is basically what this is doing. So why? Why is that 1? And that's equal to the center to y minus that. So I guess we just need to figure out what this is. Center.y. Wait, hold up. Yeah, center, wait, yeah. Plus local.y plus divided by tiles per chunk over 2. This is all the information we should be needing for the y. And yeah, if the y was then like 0, then it would be a lower number, not 0.8, which then becomes 8 when you amplify it. It should be close to 0. So let's try that. Let's try that. So that's 40. Why is the y 40? See, now that's confusing. Center.y is 40. Center being... Wait, no. No, 40 is fine, sorry. Wait, the tiles per chunk is 80. Because there's 80 tiles per chunk. No, per chunk. Maybe that's where I'm going wrong. Oh, because yeah, the local is y. The local is 0. It should be 50, I think. 40 minus 0 is 40, which becomes 1. Wait, am I just getting this wrong? I think I might just be getting this wrong. I think I'm doing a 1f wrong. Or maybe it's this. Maybe it's the 1f minus... Wait. Is that what I'm doing wrong? And then we just don't need... Let's just get rid of that altogether. X fall, oh, Y fall off. Okay, let's try this. See if this does anything. Still no. 0. If that's 0, then this is 0. We should make everything 0. Along this. Wait, is this straight? Oh, that is. I think that is tapering off. It's just not doing it on this axis. This border. Interesting. So we need, instead of that, we need 128. Which is also 0. So yeah, that's fine. So why isn't it doing it this way? Now I got to check the X. So the Y I think is good. Except there, it then also just does that. Oh, this is so confusing. This should also be a straight line here. Let's figure out why this one isn't working. This 148. Or 144. 44. Or 48. Goddamn. Cannot read. Okay. My brain is too small for this. I think mine might be too. X. But I'm trying my best. It's all you can ask, you know? To wrap my head around it. But like we're almost there. We went from like it being impossible and flood filling and shit to actual possible infinite procedurally generated separated by biome islands. So like that's not bad for a session. Especially when I stream, which is just 10 times more unproductive than usual. Okay, so this pointing to this right here. This point is 0.4 on the X, which I think is fine. Actually, no. What I need to point to is this one, like this corner here, is at 160.48, and it's 0. That's good. So then what about the one right before it? 0.25. Wait, is that fine? So wait, what was the... Is the problem the Y? No, wait. The problem's the height. Oh, I'm so confused. Wait, no, maybe this is fine. Is this fine? Or maybe it's this. Maybe we can't multiply them together. Wait. I think that might help. I don't know if that'll fix it, but I think that might help. I don't know why. Wait, why was I multiplying them? Maybe that'll work. Okay. No, that didn't do anything. They're still going up and down, which is not good. The plan is to try and make it so it's 0 all along here and fade out. Okay, so just, I guess, using this example. It's so confusing, isn't it? It's baffling. So this one here, on this axis, it's going up and down. 0.4, 0.3, 0.2, 0.2, 0.1, 0.0, and then eventually 0. That's the X fall off. X fall off from here to here goes from 0.4 down to 0. 0.4 there. 0 there. And that is, you can kind of see that. Okay, you know what I'm going to do actually to simplify this? Let's just duplicate this actually, just in case I need it later. Let's just get rid of the whole noise part of it. Let's just do a simple amplitude and fall off. So this should be very linear. Oh, we hit 4 hours. See, that's a bit more clear. But still not obvious why it's doing what it's doing. Like, this looks fine. This... Okay, actually, wait. It might just be because I'm using... Let's change things. Let's make it 2 chunks and just really dial things down a bit. Yeah, we did it. You made it, guys. You made it to the 4th hour. Hell yeah. Sorry, it's been a quite boring stream. I do need to do some more entertaining streams. But obviously, I need to add stuff for that. So I'm kind of dependent on making shit, unfortunately. I would like to just fuck around, though. In Byte World. Doing fun stuff. Okay, what even is this? I think... Wait, no, that's fine, isn't it? Okay, so... Each of these is made up of... 1? I think I'm just confused now. I thought these were meant to be split up into 2. Okay, this gives some information as to why shit be breaking. That does not look like a grid to me. Does that look like a grid to you guys? I don't look like a grid to me. It should look like this. This is what a chonk should look like. So maybe the biomes are wrong. Probably the biomes are wrong. So I guess we're checking the chonks. Which is... Let's just debug what the chonks are. Chonk position. Do not want any slurs in my stream. There we go. Yeah, it's a pretty fat grid. That's not supposed to look like that. Shoot for 24. Never again. Never again. Actually, no. Never say never. Maybe if there's like a game jam, that might be quite a fun stream, but you need a group for that. Okay, so 0, 0... 0, 0. Yeah. Wait. 0, 0, 0, 0. 0, 1. 0, 2. Why is that 0, 2? Wait a bloody second. This is in tile position. So this is like 0, 16, 32, 48, 64. Right. You want to round that to the nearest chonk. Chonks are 2. I think I need to divide this by something. Yeah, because if you're going... Okay. Let's think about this. So rounding to in, the 16... that this is, or maybe 32 or whatever. 0 and 16 should both round to 0. 32 and 48 should round to 1. So to do that, we need to divide by, at most, 2 lots of 16. 32. And that's 2 times 16. So why wouldn't that? 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. Why does that go 0, 2? That definitely shouldn't go to 0, 2. So let's do x start plus that divided by tiles. And then y start divided by tiles. Alright, come on, Finn. Come on, Finn. You can do it. Wake up. Get that brain in gear. Let the epic music fuel you. Fuel your rage. Okay. 0 divided by 32. 0 divided by 32. That's fine. 16 divided by 32. I forgot to print out what it actually equals. You really like that mode, don't you? Oh. Oh. I will make this work if it's the last thing I goddamn do. Honestly, I could have had this done 3 hours ago if I just asked ChatGPT to do it for me. But no, this time I'm brute forcing it. 0, 0, 0, 1. Wait, 0, 0, 0, 0. That's good. What's changing here? It's the x. So it's going along the x. And then 32 divided by 32 is 1. 0 divided by 32 is 0. That's good. 48 divided by 32 is 2. Is it? Wait. Let's try that. I respect the grind, hell yeah. The grind never stops. And I am learning from this experience. Like, the things that I think I need to learn from, I don't chat GPT, even though I could. This might actually be useful. So, no, that's still fucked. Let's do... Let's do that. Oh, mother of God, this is a challenge. This is a challenge in one. My faith is being tested in game development. And myself. So 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 2, 0, 3. Why? Why that? 0 and 1 divided by 2. Wait, do I need to... Huh. Huh. Okay. So 3 divided by 2 is 2, apparently. Because it's rounding up. And I would just floor it. But the only problem with that is when you go negative numbers. Let's do another thing. Round float value. If value is less than 0, return mathf.seal. Seal to int. Okay. Let's try that. Oh, maybe this will work. Maybe this won't. Guess we'll have to find out. Oh wait, I just left half of them just not. Oh, actually no. I can leave that one, I think. Nah, just for safekeeping, as I'll run that as well with that. How is it 14 degrees out? That is definitely. Hey! You know what that looks like to me, boys. I may be mistaken, but you know what that looks like to me. That looks like a grid. And the triangles taper off towards the borders. We did it. It's just a fucking rounding problem. Of course it was. There you go. The islands taper off. Look at that. We did it, boys. And then we look. Islands. Obviously, we need to make them a bit more, you know, islandy. But look at that. I told you it would work. But you had faith. You stuck with me. Through thick and thin. We did it, boys. Now, let's bring in some islandy goodness. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you, Twixer. Let's bring in some of the islandy goodness. Very nice. Damn, this has been a struggle, boys. It's been a struggle. But this is game development. Yeah. I mean, obviously, yeah, that's not great, but you know, work in progress. See, they taper off towards the corners. Except this. This looks a bit odd. Does that at least taper? Yeah, it does. It's just hard to see. It's nice ranges, mountain ranges. Oh, yeah. Obviously, we can just increase the amplitude. And then we can raise the water a bit higher. Some islands are just going to be submerged. They're not that tall, which is maybe a good thing. Maybe that's how we get our variation. We can change our scale. Get more islands, less islands, make them pointier or not. Oh, look at that. That's kind of islandy. Lots of different islands, and they all have their own biome. That's not bad. So now look, you get an ice biome, and then there's a desert biome. Obviously, might need to apply a heat map to our biome generator calculator. Right now, we're just getting a seed based on just the number, but we can use some noise. We can make it so where the hot and the cold, you add the hot map and the cold map together, it gets you a temperature, and based on that temperature, if it's above a certain amount, it's hot. If it's below a certain amount, it's cold, and in the middle is just lukewarm. Forests, etc. You can also have like, what is it, like humidity maps as well, so you can get rainforests in certain areas and stuff, and then that's how we'll determine. So this will be like a cluster of deserty mountain stuff, and then maybe it fades into a greener one over there. And yeah, we just need to increase the scale now. Oh, Doik's still here. Hi, Doik. That's pretty good. And now, also, because I've only made it like two chunks per, or 2x2, for each chunk. Now we can make it 5x5, 10x10, depending on how big we want these islands to be. How big these chunks to be. And hopefully this will also fade it out nicely between chunks. We get some nice bigger islands. Might need to increase the size though. There we go. See, bigger islands, more spread out. Lovely. Do something like, well, we need to increase the amplitude probably. Actually, let's just get rid of the water. Because I made it so that we can just not render things below a certain point. Like that. Which saves a lot of processing power rendering wise. Yeah, the only thing is we need to add an animation curve to things like here. You see it's a bit too harsh. Actually, then again, maybe that's fine. But it's a bit pointy, you know. So if we add an animation curve, we can make it a bit more gradual from the center. And also next up, we actually need to choose the center point. So right now, the center point of each chunk is the very middle of it. But like, then you can see here, it sort of fades out quite quickly. Like if the only point above land is here, then it fades out quite sharply because it's close to the edge. But if we set the point to random, we can make it, you know. If this is the center, then this is quite close to the center, and then boom, it's a lot stronger. Or I guess the fall off is a lot weaker. Yeah, very nice. Let's play around with the values a bit more. We could even have like, if we make it quite small, we can also have like collections of islands in the same biome. Oh, look at that. We can do that. Reduce the lacunarity. Opa. It's killing my frame rate. Alright. Yeah, there we go. Now we've got little collections. Might need to raise that a bit more, actually. Alright, islands. Well, I think that'll do for today, boys. I'll get to work on all the biome spread out stuff, but yeah. This is going to be our home now. You guys are going to have to build bridges to get to new islands, connect to new places, you know. Might have to put a few trees and such spawning on them, and yeah. You can all have your own little island. Only thing is, though, like, I need to make it not so spread out. Just because the further away from the center, from 0, the more floating point areas you get in Unity. And, yeah, we want to try and keep things contained. So I might have to add a world bounds. Like, maybe a giant wall surrounding all us. You know? Attack on Titan style. But yeah, there you go. We did it. Alright, let's just copy this. And wait for Unity just to destroy all those meshes we created every single frame. Ah, what a banger. What do you think of boats? Yeah, I mean, on an island game, you gotta have boats, but I don't want to code them. But yeah, I definitely could. I mean, actually, wouldn't be too high, maybe. At least, I mean, like solo boats. If you or just have your own boat, that's quite easy. But if you want to get on the same boat and drive somewhere, that might be a bit more complicado. All right, there we go. I think I'm gonna go eat now. 4 hours is my limit. Oh, this is a banger though. Anyway, yeah, I'll see you boys tomorrow for some more. Well, we'll see if we actually end up playing stuff tomorrow. I've got the crafting system working now. I just need to set the crafting recipes. Add some more decorations. And yeah, get these islands looking good. As much as I do like my thingy. Okay, let's just turn it off. I do like my... This is quite a nice, get up. Oh, yeah, there's the sub from earlier. Yeah. I do like this. It's nice. So maybe I'll try and get something similar. Because, like, obviously we've got the islands sort of outline, but, like, now we can make, like, the island within look like this. But that's going to take a lot of, a lot of coding. Trial and error. But yeah, just a bunch. Yeah, but I like the rivers. The rivers were accidental, but I really like the rivers. But yeah, a bit of ocean, but there's nothing on the ocean anyway. Like, but yeah, I guess we'll see. Anywho, yeah. I see you boys tomorrow for Okay, this is not matching my mood anymore. I am drained. Yeah, I see you boys tomorrow for more shenanigans and stuff, and and we'll see if we get the network game up and running. And yeah, until then, bye bye. Oh, and I also need to get emotes back in. Doig reminded me I need to get emotes back in. So yeah, stream end. Bye Scara. I end now. I go. Bye bye. Yes. I'm sorry. But I'll be back same time tomorrow. See, I'm very consistent now. Very consistent. But I figured it out. I did it. If you didn't see it, I did it. Rating someone. I only have 17 viewers. I don't think it's worth it. I feel embarrassed when I rate people with 17 viewers or less. Or actually, I think like the min for me is like 25, maybe 30. Yeah. Okay. Let's raid Pirate Software. Hell yeah. Yeah, no, fuck that. Anyway, yeah, I'll see you boys next time. So, people raid with 2. Well, I am not people. I'm used to a higher number of viewers. I'm elitist like that, I can't let people see me in a viewer poverty. So, sad. Anyway, yeah, no, I'll see you next time. Plus, also when I raid, I feel obliged to stick around for a bit, and I'm hungry. So, like, yeah. Bye!